Maybe it's instead
نائب تمام Ethiopia.
I leave this one or I take the one?
he's coming. Good afternoon.
طبعا نهاركم أيها الله.
See, not only members are late, even the clerk of parliament is not in the chamber. We will be forced to wait a bit. Good afternoon once again, honorable members. Now we will resume our meeting. I will ask the Secretariat to read the next order of the session.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Honorable Vice President. So we have debated, and now we need to consider the African Union theme for 2026. The presentation will be made by Honorable Suleiman Saho, who is the chairperson of the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources, and Environment.
Honorable Suleiman Saho, please come forward and make your presentation.
Your Excellency, honorable members, I have a report on Pan-African Parliament Workshop on African Theme of the Year, assuring sustainable water availability and safe sanitation system to achieve the goals of Agenda 2063. Your Excellency, with your permission, I will just read the introduction, then I move to the recommendations, then resolutions. The other part could be read by honorable members. With your permission. Thank you. Your Excellency, the Pan-African Parliament, in collaboration with the AUC Department of Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy and Sustainable Environment, convey a workshop on the AU Theme of the Year 2026 entitled Assuring Sustainable Water Availability. Translation.
The interpreters are here and working.
Interpretation is there, huh?
Okay.
What language? No French?
Portuguese.
Portuguese. Now okay? Portuguese? No Portuguese. Secretariat, please intervene.
Vamos agora fazer a intervenção do secretariado. We're going now to have the secretariat intervening. Yes, we have interpretation in English. Yes, we have interpretation into English from Portuguese.
Okay.
All right. The work of the PAP and other stakeholders with an opportunity to examine the EU Theme of the Year, its implementation, roadmap, and the role of parliaments in advancing sustainable water governance and safe sanitation system across the continent. The workshop was convened against the backdrop of growing challenges relating to water security and sanitation in Africa. Despite progress made by many member states, millions of Africans continue to lack access to safe drinking water, adequate sanitation, and hygiene services due to climate change. Rapid urbanization, pollution, inadequate infrastructure, and limited investment. These challenges continue to undermine public health and security, food security, environmental sustainability, and socio-economic development, particularly among vulnerable communities. In this context, the workshop provided a platform for dialogue between parliamentarians, the AUC, technical experts, civil society organizations, and development partners to identify legislative, policy, and institutional measures that can accelerate the implementation of the AU Team of the Year. The deliberations also reaffirmed the strategic role of PAP in promoting legislative harmonization, strengthening parliamentary oversight, and accountability, mobilizing political support and encouragement member states to adopt policies and legal frameworks that contribute to sustainable water governance and universal access to safe sanitation in line with Agenda 2063 and other continental commitments. Honorable Speaker, I will just go to the objectives of the workshop. The overall objective of the workshop was to enhance members' understanding of the AU Team of the Year 2026 and its implementation roadmap while identifying the legislative oversight advocacy role of the PAP and National Parliament in advancing sustainable water governance and safe sanitation system. To this end, the workshop specifically sought to achieve the following objectives: enhance understanding among members of the PAP, the AU Team of the Year, examine the key challenges affecting sustainable water availability, discuss the legislative or policy oversight, identify practical measures that parliaments can undertake to support equitable access to safe water, strengthening collaboration between PAP, AU, institutions, and member states, implementation of the Team of the Year. Honorable Speaker, as I said, the content remained the same. I will just quickly move to the recommendations. Following the deliberations, the workshop adopted the following recommendations for consideration by the PAP and its member states. 1, strengthening legislative and policy frameworks to promote sustainable water sources management and safe sanitation systems, enhance parliamentary oversight and accountability to support the effective implementation of national and continental commitments on water and sanitation. 3, advocate for increase and sustain budgetary allocations and innovative financing mechanism for water and sanitation infrastructure. 4, promote the use of reliable data and evidence-based policy making, including collaboration with civil society organizations and research institutions to strengthen planning, monitoring, and accountability. 5th, encourage the exchange of best practices and innovative approaches to water and sanitation management among member states. 6th, strengthen regional cooperation and the sustainable management of transboundary water resources. 7, foster partnership among governments, regional institutions, development partners, civil society, and private sector to advance the implementation of AU Team of the Year. 8, request the relevant permanent committees of PAP to continue engaging the AUC, member state, and strategic partners in supporting the implementation of the AU Team of the Year. Express its sincere appreciation and gratitude to the AUC, particularly the Department of Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy and Sustainable Environment, the Data Governance Alliance, Slensburg University, and all resource persons and stakeholders for their valuable technical expertise, active participation, and significant contribution to the success of the workshop. In conclusion, the workshop concluded that the AU Team of the Year provides a timely opportunity to strengthen parliamentary leadership in advancing sustainable water, governance, and safe sanitation system across the continent. Members reaffirm that achieving water security requires coordinated legislative actions, sound governance, increased investment, evidence-based policy making, and the active participation of governance, regional institutions, civil society, private sector, women, and youth. The workshop further called upon the PAP and its permanent committees to continue providing legislative leadership, parliamentary oversight, and advocacy in support of the implementation of the AU Team of the Year, while encouraging member states to strengthen their legal, policy, and institutional framework to ensure sustainable water availability and safe sanitation systems in furtherance of Agenda 2063. So I submit, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Honorable.
Your Excellency, with your permission, can I carry out with other presentations?
That's, I think,
By me. Yes.
go ahead. Please.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, there is a report also of the proposed development of a model law on the critical minerals in Africa and a model law on African food policy. But I will start with that of the meeting that was conveyed by the Joint Committee, Transport, Communication, Energy, Science and Technology, and that of our committee, Rural Economy. Your Excellency, with your permission, I would just want to go to the resolutions, because these things goes with resolutions, so that we can adopt them with it. The Permanent Committee, Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment, jointly with the Transport, Communication, Energy, Science and Technology, resolutions on the proposal for development of a model law on critical minerals in Africa. The resolution on the proposal for development of a model law on critical minerals in Africa, the Pan-African Parliament, this is a usual norm how model laws are drafted, considering the Article 17, quoting the Article 17, and I'll just go straight to the what the committee resolved on. One, to adopt its report table jointly in plenary by the committee. That's what we are doing. Approve the proposal to develop a model law on critical minerals in Africa by PAP, with a view to provide member states with a harmonized legislative framework to strengthen mineral governance, promote policy coherence, and support the sustainable management of Africa's critical mineral resources. Mandate. 3, the Committee on the Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment, and the Committee on Transport, Communication, Energy, Science and Technology to lead the development of model law on critical minerals through consultations with relevant partners, stakeholders in the execution of this project. 4, direct that the proposed model law on critical minerals in Africa should reflect the need to promote local beneficiation or beneficiaries, value addition and industrialization, responsible investment, environmental sustainability, community participation, and equitable benefit sharing, transparency, accountability, and responsible investment, as well as regional cooperation in the management and use of critical minerals towards the realization of African mining vision. The African Green Minerals Strategy, Agenda 2063, and the Objectives of African Continental Free Trade, AFCTA. 5th, direct also the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment, and the Committee on Transport, Communication, Energy, Science and Technology, while developing the model law on critical minerals in Africa to ensure its legal and policy coherence with other PAP model laws, particularly the sustainable soil management in Africa. Comment, the Committee on the Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources, Environment, and Committee on Transport, Science and Technology for their fruitful deliberations with partners, including the African Mineral Development Center, the Open Society Foundation, and the Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa, whose joint sitting on the margins of the first ordinary session of the 7th legislature of the PAP resulted in the proposal for the development of a model law on critical minerals in Africa. Express gratitude to the African Minerals Development Center, the Open Society Foundation, and Alliance of Food Sovereignty in Africa for their continuous support to the Committee on Rural Agriculture and Natural Resources and the Committee on Transport, Communication, Energy, Science and Technology towards the realization of their respective mandate and objectives, including formulation of proposed model law on critical minerals in Africa. Your Excellency, so I submit.
Thank you, Chairperson of the committee. May we give him another round of applause, please.
Your Excellency, we have the third one, which is the resolution on the proposed development of model law on African food policy. With your permission, I would like to go through that. Thank you. Your Excellency, the Committee on Rural Economy and Agriculture, Natural Resources, have a resolution on the proposed development of a model law on African food policy. The Pan-African Parliament, considering that's the normal writing style, I will just go to the resolutions. Policy. So we have the introduction. From the introduction, you have the proposed development of the model law on critical minerals, the background summary of its presentations, the justification for the development of model law. Okay. Okay, so we have the considering, as I said, the considering Article 17 and also Article 3, Article 11, and African Union Agenda. So noting that the sitting of the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Resources and Environment yes. So we adopt the following. The report of the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture and Transport, Energy, Science and Technology on the proposed development of a model law on African food policy as tabled in plenary. The proposal to develop a model law on African food policy to provide member states with a harmonized legislative framework for the governance of food systems. 3, the mandate, the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment lead the formulation of model law on African food policy and to present a legal and policy framework paper to the plenary prior to the presentation of the draft model. Direct the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment while developing the model law on African food policy to ensure its legal and policy coherence with other PAP model laws, particularly the model law on food and nutrition security. Also direct the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment initiate activities to promote sustainable and resilient food systems, policy coherence across the agriculture, nutrition, health, trade, and environmental sectors, the protection of indigenous food systems and biodiversity, support for smallholder farmers, women and youth, climate smart agriculture and food resilience, intra-African agricultural trade and regional food markets, food safety, nutrition and consumer protection and inclusive stakeholders participation throughout the drafting process. The Committee on Rural Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment undertake broad regional consultation in the preparation of the draft model law involving member states, regional economic communities, research institutions, farmers, organizations, civil society organizations, and other relevant stakeholders. Request 7. Request the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament to conclude the proposed memorandum of understanding between Pan-African Parliament and the Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa to continue collaboration with AFSA and other strategic partners in the preparation of the model law. Further, mandate the Committee on the Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment to report on the progress made in the formulation of the model law on African food policy at each ordinary session of the plenary. Mandate each national delegation to the Pan-African Parliament to advocate within their respective parliaments for coherent food systems, legislations, and for the eventual domestication and use of model law on African food policy, and to report back to the plenary on the initiatives undertaken. Reaffirm the role of the Pan-African Parliament in facilitating the adoption of African Union policies, objectives, and programs, and in overseeing their effective implementation by AU organs and member states, and its commitment to advancing legislative frameworks that strengthen food security, nutrition, and sustainable development in support of the Aspiration Agenda 2063. Express its gratitude to the Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa, AFSA, and to all stakeholders for their valuable technical contribution to the deliberation of the joint sitting. Your Excellency, so I submit. Thank you.
Are you sure, Honorable, you are done? May we give him rather a round of applause, please. I now invite His Excellency Moses Bilakati, AUC Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy and Sustainable Environment, to be connected online. Your Excellency, you have the floor. Is he connected?
مساء الخير. خير سعادتك.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members. I hope I'm audible.
Yes,
Yes.
loud and clear.
Yes. Thank you very much. I will talk about the theme of the year, which is ensuring sustainable water development, ensuring water development as well as sustainable blue economy. From the onset, we all know the importance of water. Water and sanitation underpins economic transformation, enabling food security and energy production, strengthens climate resilience, as well as promote health and productive communities. Our major challenge is that over 400 million people still lack safe water services, while over 700 million lack basic sanitation. And only 5% of water resources are developed. Also, we're affected by climate variability, which threatens water security. Also, when it comes to rush infrastructure, there is a huge gap. The gap in the water sector is estimated to be between 30 to 50 billion for Africa to have enough water and sanitation. Now, when we look at these, we realize that only 26% of Africa's water demand is currently met, reducing the annual GDP growth by up to 2%. When we look at urban sanitation crisis, only 45% of the urban residents have access to basic sanitation. So rapid urbanization is increasing the pollution of rivers and lakes. When we look at the future water demand, we are seeing that by 2070, Africa's population would reach 3.2 billion. Water demand will increase 3 times for food as well as for energy. With the climate change issues, which involves more frequent droughts, floods, and erratic rainfall, these threaten livelihoods, with GDP losses reaching 10% in drought-prone regions. Now, the cost of inaction is huge. In particular, it creates greater conflicts, displacement, ecosystem degenerations, and delayed achievement of Agenda 2063, the Africa that we want. Now, when we look at Africa, that map depicts, it's more like a 7. Those are the areas with no access to water, to clean drinking water per country. And this is a serious issue. The same countries, when we now look at the access to basic sanitations, happens to be affected through low sanitation access. So member states may want to know which countries they fall into so that actions can be done. Now, this thing, as endorsed by the heads of states during the AU summit, requires that we drastically accelerate the implementation of Agenda 2063 through water, where we need to position water and sanitation as key enablers of Africa's socio-economic transformation, inclusive growth, and sustainable development. Also, the objective of the theme is to achieve universal access to water and sanitation. We need to promote equitable access to safe drinking water, sanitation, and hygiene services for all of our Africans to have better livelihoods. 3, we need to mobilize sustainable financing and investment. In particular, increase the public and private investment to close Africa's water financing gap and accelerate the implementation of the Africa Water Investment Program. 4, we need to strengthen the climate resilient water security. This is to enhance resilience to droughts, to floods, and climate change through integrated water resources management and sustainable infrastructure. Lastly, we need to strengthen Africa's leadership on global water issues. This is where honorable members of parliament come in particular. We need to advance Africa's common position on SDG 6 and strengthen continental leadership in global water and climate processes. So what we then did was we came up with a roadmap This roadmap is on a monthly basis. In the month of July, for example, we are looking at water for food security, nutrition, and livelihoods. August, we are looking at leadership and transboundary cooperation. I'm not going to go through all of this because we are going to share this presentation with you yourselves. What has happened today? That is the implementation progress. The 39th AU organization in February endorsed the action framework for the 2026 AU theme of the year and the Africa Water Vision 2063 and policy, which provide a strong political and strategic foundation for advancing water security, safe sanitation, and Agenda 2063. We then convened 5 sub-regional consultative meetings to develop the first implementation plan of 2026-2033 for the Africa Water Vision 2063 and policy, while raising awareness and mobilizing stakeholders around the AU theme of the year 2026 on water and sanitation. 2, on the political leadership and advocacy, we continue to coordinating Africa's preparations for the 2026 UN Water Conference through partnerships with AMCAO, AFDB, and other strategic partners to develop a common African position and strengthen Africa's leadership in shaping the global agenda on water and sanitation. We also leveraged on the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development and the UN Annual Conference to secure high-level recognition of the AU theme of the year 2026. We've also strengthened Africa's leadership in shaping the 2026 UN Water Conference agenda through co-chairing in 4 key interactive important dialogues. On investment and project pipelines preparations, we have convened a high-level water finance site event during the 2026 AFDB annual meetings, mobilizing governments, development partners, financial institutions, as well as the private sector to support the implementation of the Africa Water Vision and policies. We're happy that there was an acknowledgement of financing gap and the commitment to finance the water sector and sanitation. Already 15 member states have been supported to develop climate resilient water investment plans through our partnerships. But this of late has been expanded to support 5 additional countries which have expressed interest to be supported. So we're now talking of 20 member states. We also launched the first transboundary river basin finance training for the Solar River Basin Commission, strengthening climate finance and investment planning capacity for Malawi and Tanzania. This led to the development of 2 priority climate resilient water investment concepts for the two countries, which is now being prepared for full funding from international climate finance. When we look at partnerships, we have strengthened the Partners Coordination Platform to align the implementation of the AU theme of the year 2026, which has resulted in securing over 95 regional and continental projects on water supply, groundwater, catchment protection, irrigation, and water resources management, alongside partner commitments for technical and financial support. Now, when we look at coming events, Chair, AUC Continental Wash initiatives are being strengthened. We're developing a Continental Wash program which will improve access, planning, and sector financing. We'll also finalize and submit the first implementation plan of 2026 to 2033 for the Africa Water Vision and Policy to the African Ministers' Council on Water, commonly called AMCAO, for consideration and endorsement. We also want to strengthen the groundwater exploration and extraction for multiple purposes. We will also convene Africa Water and Sanitation Systems Leadership Symposium which will strengthen the leadership and governance on water and sanitation. One of the other areas that we have looked at is the blue economy. When it comes to fisheries and aquaculture interventions, we've realized that Africa contributes less than 3% to the Africa fisheries supplies worldwide. So development plans are being developed for member states to implement fisheries and aquaculture interventions, which is very important for nutritional status, but also to fully utilize our abundant oceans, lakes, and dams. What are we asking from our honorable members of parliament? One of the things is to realize that we are losing 200 billion annually due to poor water and sanitation. Hence, urgent action is needed to address the crisis. We are requesting member states to allocate adequate budget for water and sanitation. 2, member states need to professionalize the operations and management of water and sanitation services, including the private sector participation. Also, member states need to prepare climate resilient water investment plans and bankable project proposals, which will then attract investment into the water sector. Member states need to undertake sector reforms to improve governance in water and sanitation that will attract financing and private sector participation. In closing, Chair, we believe that water is life, sanitation is dignity, and a lot still needs to be done, particularly when we look at the nexus of water, energy, and agriculture, because that's what we need to achieve for Africa to achieve Agenda 2063. I thank you all for listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable, Your Excellency, Commissioner, for that very comprehensive scientific presentation done by you. May we give him as a round of applause, please. Honorable members, now I will allow debate on this very topic. In this regard, I have a list of speakers in my hand. Next speaker will be Honorable Hussein Muhammad Ali from Djibouti. Honorable, you have the floor.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. I equally commend the two presenters for the clear presentation, which is concise and well detailed. Mr. President.
Point of order, Mr. President. You are here, huh? Point of order, Mr. President.
Now I recognize Honorable Danson Mangatana from
Your
Kenya.
Excellency, since my colleague had started, it is okay for him to finish. I just wanted you to remember that I was before him, but he can finish and then I take over, Your Excellency.
Honorable Hussein, you didn't finish? Okay, sorry. No, go ahead, Honorable Hussein.
Okay, je serai prêt.
I'm going to go straight to the point, Mr. President. The issue on the sustainability of water and sanitation system is one of the greatest challenges of the development of Africa. Despite the progress achieved, a great part of the African population is faced with problems of access to potable water, sanitation, and good hygiene. This situation was worsened under climate change, droughts, floodings, increasing population, and conflicts, etc., for vulnerable countries to water shortages, for instance, like my country, Djibouti, and many countries of the Horn of Africa, water security represents an important point of public security and food self-sufficiency and economic development and social stability. Within the framework of Agenda 2063, Africa should strengthen the continental approach, develop among states, mobilization of fundings, sharing of technology, and improvement of water governance or water management. The Pan-African Parliament can play an important role by encouraging the harmonization of parliamentary policies and laws, by strengthening parliamentary oversight, by advocating for sustainable investment in the water sector. And this is my question. Question number one is this: isn't it necessary to draft a common African legislative framework or continental guidelines to harmonize the policies for water management and sanitation? The second question is this: faced with the worsening of droughts and extreme climate change phenomena, so which common measures can be adopted by Africa to anticipate the future crisis related to water rather than acting in situation of emergencies? Thank you, Mr. President.
Honorable Mungatana, I have two lists. Your name was on the first page, and I have got only the second one. That's why we jumped you. Now you have the floor, Your Excellency, Honorable Mungatana.
Thank you, Your Excellency, the President. Your Excellency, the theme of the year on water is a perfect theme, and I rise to speak on it on quickly 2 points. Your Excellency, the first thing, the heads of states chose the correct theme for this year. But the question that this parliament must ask itself, is there truly good political will towards water development, water infrastructure, and water financing within our African states? Your Excellency, Mr. President, I don't think this political will is there. You will recall, Your Excellency, that in 2003 in Maputo, the heads of states met there and made a declaration on agriculture. And they said at least 10% of national budgets will be dedicated towards development of agriculture. That shows serious, good political will towards agriculture. But in this summit for water, in this meeting where they passed that this is the year for water, they did not put any percentage, they did not dedicate any national budget towards financing of water infrastructure. So, Your Excellency, I think for us here is to urge that more money be put towards investment as it is required. In fact, even the Commissioner has talked about putting money into our words. Your Excellency, in my country, for example, you'll find there are many investors in Kenya who would run towards the road sector because they know it will be paid. There's money there which has been put aside. They would run towards the telecom because there's money there. They would run towards the energy sector. There is money there. But water, nobody really wants to invest in water because money has not been put there. So, Your Excellency, what do we need to do? We need to urge our political leaders, our heads of states to actually have good political will towards making water available to every African person on the continent of Africa. Number two, we have to think of how to bring in the private sector.
Half a second.
Your Excellency, I was just concluding by saying, number two, we need to bring in the private sector. Private sector is the engine for development. If we can make somehow policies that will make it possible to make some money out of water distribution, then we will be one step forward towards achieving water for all. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Honorable Esther Passaris of Kenya. She closes the chamber. Honorable Senator John Bonus Baideri.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me this opportunity to talk on this theme of the year. I think the theme is really has come in at the right time in view of the fact that water is becoming a rare commodity. We are having a lot of competition for water, mainly because we have climate change, like the speaker talked about, where we are increasingly in need of water to do irrigation to support agriculture, which was not the case in the past because we had more reliable rains and we did not have to undertake a lot of irrigation. But right now, in most of our countries, for us to survive, we are increasingly using more water for irrigation, meaning that the water that is available for domestic use is also reducing. The other factor is that the population is also increasing, but at the same time, the population is also becoming affluent. We are anticipating that by 2035, most Africans will be in the middle upper income bracket, which means that there will be need for water, either for washing cars or for doing or cooking and so on, and therefore the challenge is going to be there in the near future. So I was suggesting that we as parliamentarians, we need to play a very big role in raising awareness in our own countries, mainly by ensuring that whenever we have any little rain, the water should be harvested so that it's conserved for different purposes that we may need, either for cooking or for other activities that may be necessary. The other one, I think, is we need to make sure that we protect nature. We need to protect our rivers, we need to protect our lakes, we need to protect our underground water so that we have clean water for now and as well as for the future. I submit, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Honorable Swabuyu Tore of Gambia, sorry.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable President. Honorable President, let me just adopt what has already been said by my Kenyan friend on the provision of water. I think that's very important. If the political will is not there, no matter what we say, things will not improve. So the team, Honorable President, is a commendable step for the people of Africa, especially for our rural and poor communities who are oftentimes neglected in the provision of water. You will see water is available in the urban areas, but if you go to the rural areas, the ordinary people are struggling to have clean drinking water, while water is abundant in that country. If you go to my country, you will see that there is a fresh river across the country. It's divided the country into two. Fresh water. And everywhere you drill, even if it is in a mountain, you will get fresh water. But yet still, you go to communities that do not have water. They don't have adequate water. They don't have clean drinking water. They are still struggling with wells and other facilities. Honorable President, to provide sustainable water supply in Africa, we must employ innovative techniques. And those innovative techniques, one is to harvest rainwater. We have abundant rainwater in many countries. We can do aquifer management. Solar-powered pumping systems are all available now, which we must utilize to provide water to our people. These methods, Honorable President, will provide sustainable or adequate water supply, as well as using renewable energy. And it will also protect our vulnerable rural people, like I said. In this process, Honorable President, one thing I noticed, if that is not controlled, you will never have proper water. That is, one, we must minimize the corruption that is involved in water production or provision. If we cannot minimize that, then we will still continue to have problems. Secondly, our governments must be ready. Like the Kenyan friend said, they must be ready to put money into water. What we are doing is to completely depend on external donors to provide water to our people. That is not sustainable. We must put our own money, our own tax money, to provide water for our people. Thank you very much, Honorable President. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Honorable Welcome Dlamini of Eswatini. Is not in the chamber? Okay. The next one will be Honorable Abdrahim Brahimi Hamid of Chad.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Honorable President, thank you. I'm aware that we are facing a significant challenge on our continent as far as water is concerned. Our continent is facing water stress, and we are seeing droughts, floods becoming constant occurrences. Our rivers, our lakes, and our aquifers have no borders. The Nile, the Congo rivers, etc. We share these resources, and so our theme is a very essential one for us to consider. We need to guarantee sustainable water and water resources in order to reach the objectives of Agenda 2063. I believe we need to ensure that we have public policy that supports these objectives: water and sanitation, security for all, requires these policies for us to succeed. The management of our cross-border water basins, we have about 63 water basins that are shared. This demonstrates that water fluidity means we'll have fluidity of our citizens. So I think we need to encourage Chad, who decided to, and this was through the President of the Republic, to remove visas for all African countries from 1 January 2027. And it's this type of approach that we need. We need to use this to open up our water spaces. We need to have diplomacy. Without visas between our countries, we will be able to maintain our cross-border water resources, free movement of people, cooperation, technical cooperation at that will lead us to where we need to go. So, Honorable President, I suggest that we urgently bring together our different water management basins on the continent to work on a common platform, hear from each other to address our institutional and technical and financial problems. We can draw up one roadmap to seek investment to be able to reach our objectives. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Honorable Alimatu Badaru from Benin.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Honorable President, thank you. Allow me to cede the floor to my colleague instead of myself to replace me as number 10. Honorable Agua, if you allow, Honorable President.
Honorable Member, Honorable Speaker.
Numéro 8. Numéro 10. Numéro 8.
Beg your pardon, it's number 8, Honorable President.
I won't give him 6 minutes. He will have 3 minutes, and he will talk by himself, Your Excellency. Don't worry, we will give him floor. Let's follow the sequence.
Thank you.
Honorable Tafanana Joe of Zimbabwe.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to thank our chairperson for the Agriculture Committee. Mr. President, I'm going to debate on critical minerals. Mr. President, Africa holds 30% of global critical mineral essential for the green transition, including over 70% of cobalt in DRC. Major platinum groups of metals in Zimbabwe and in South Africa. The statistics shows that the continent only retains only about 15% of mineral value triggered intense global competition and fierce debates over resource nationalization, local beneficiation, and fair development. My president, His Excellency President Idi Mnangagwa, last Thursday declared an end to Zimbabwe's raw mineral exports, asserting that the country would rather leave its resources underground than ship them unprocessed. As the official opened the 2026 Zimbabwe Industrialization Conference and Expo, addressing the industry, leaders, academics, and citizens at the annual gathering, President Mnangagwa delivered a firm message on the country's industrialization trajectory, rejecting an equal investment partnership and calling for fundamental shift towards domestic value addition. Mr. President, my president said, we only no longer tolerate, I'm going to quote him, we will only no longer tolerate the raw exportation of wealth, would rather leave our valuable minerals underground than export them without processing them local. President Mnangagwa declared that the era of horse and ride investment relationship was over, insisting that Zimbabwe now seeks equal, mutual beneficial partnership with foreign investors. So I implore our fellow Africans to take this route so that we beneficiate our minerals across Africa, so that we benefit from our own resources. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Honorable Asogba of Benin. Don't forget request of Honorable Alimatu, who asked you to incorporate what she has also.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Honorable President, thank you. Honorable President, water is life in Africa and throughout the world. My country, the Benin, has understood this, and this is a basic requirement for life. This is why we need water for ourselves, for our populations, in vast quantities, in the best quality, and at all times. Water has in the past been everywhere on our African continent, with lakes, rivers, streams, and if we're well able to exploit our water resources, our continent will be sufficiently provided with water. If we build dams, we'll have electricity, we'll be able to have irrigation. So we have not yet taken advantage of the potential of our water resources on the continent. Our water resources are available through nature We don't understand how this has led to violence and conflict amongst our communities and even between our states. Water is a requirement for development. We need public policy to support this. Therefore, water should no longer be a factor for conflict and division between our populations and between our countries. The African Union has done well in ensuring that this is our theme for this year and that water is part of the Agenda 2063 aspirations. We salute this theme that our heads of state have chosen because they've understood that the Africa that we want is only possible with ensuring daily water supplies to all our people. So I commend them for this. Members of Parliament, one of our missions as representatives of African people is to work to change the image of our Africa. The fight for the well-being of our people must receive our full attention at all times. The issue of water availability is, as well as sanitation systems, is an opportunity that we have. We, as members of Parliament, can take advantage of this to ensure that we demonstrate our commitment to serve our people. We need to speak with one voice and speak on their behalf to ensure that water resources are available throughout the continent.
One minute.
Monsieur le Président, chers
Thank you. Honorable President, dear colleagues, my country, Benin, for decades has been working well to have potable water distributed to all. We are progressing in the rural areas, and we have reached 4.4% in terms of water availability throughout our villages. Water resources and improvement of the water provision in rural areas has seen significant improvement. We need support so as to ensure universal access to water throughout the continent. So the Pan-African Parliament needs to build partnership for water and water sanitation. We believe the Pan-African Parliament can do a great deal in advancing this. Thank you, Honorable President.
Well, the next speaker will be Honorable David Mikamfalala of Swatini. Notice the chamber. Honorable Gladys of Benin.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Honorable President. I will cede the floor. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Honorable President. I was saying that I will not take the floor at this point. Thank you.
Honorable. And the next speaker will be Honorable Maria Escovallo of Angola.
Não está entre nós.
I'm here.
I'm here. Okay, está aqui. She's here. She's with us. Thank you, Honorable President, Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament, distinguished colleagues. To say that the topic that we are listening regarding to water is a challenging topic, and congratulations for the committee in charge of bringing this topic for reflection. In all time of our life, water is always present. Water is life. Our countries should ensure the availability, sustainable availability of water, and ensuring that all people have access to this precious good. It is only this we will have a healthy sanitation without hindering or engaging the future generation. Just a reminder that that the COVID-19 show us what is the greatest importance of water, of having water. I attended the meeting of a joint committee meeting discussing this topic, but unfortunately in that time, no one gave me the floor. That's why I'm requesting the floor to speak, and I was overcome by management. But I'll bring to this debate some issues. My concern is, what is the current challenges to ensure potable water and sanitation to Africa? The second question, what are the African countries that has more water and those with the less water? In Angola, for example, we share the water with Namibians, and it should be good that other countries should also do the same, especially those who have more water, helping those who doesn't have or less water. As parliamentarians, we need to continue defending the increase of a state budget to tackle the issue of water. We need to deliver water for food security, industry, and dignity of the human being. We need to fight so that water cannot just be a budget for the undertakings and be part of an outcome budget. More people, more water for people, and less illness. Without water on the 2016 agenda, on Agenda 2063, just 1 minute, please. Just one paragraph. Thank you. For example, in Angola, we have water. We have the program called the Water for All, a project which the main goal is to deliver water to most vulnerable people and to the hideout areas. But the challenge is big because Angola is a very big country, and the challenges is also bigger. Thank you, Mr. President.
The next speaker will be Honorable Innocent Sabio of Benin.
Thank you, Honorable President. I will cede the floor. I no longer wish to speak.
Okay. Next speaker will be Honorable Gary Wilhelm of Seychelles.
Thank you, Mr. President. Honorable President, honorable members, good afternoon. I am honored to address the House on assuring sustainable water and availability and safe sanitation system to achieve the goals of Agenda 2063. This theme recognizes that water and sanitation are critical drivers of health, economic growth, food security, climate resilience, and sustainable development across our continent. Despite progress, millions of Africans still lack access to safe water and sanitation, while climate change continues to increase water stress through droughts and floods. The AU has therefore placed water security at the center of Africa's development agenda, calling for strong political leadership, increased investment, and improved governance of water resources. As parliamentarians, we have a responsibility to campaign laws, policy, and budget that expand access to clean water and safe sanitation, especially for rural communities, women, and young people. We must also support climate resilient infrastructure and strengthen regional cooperation on shared water resources. Water is not only a basic human need, it is a catalyst for prosperity. by securing sustainability water, availability, and safe sanitation for all, we will accelerate progress towards the aspiration of Agenda 2063 and build the Africa we want, prosperous, healthy, integrated, and resilient. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Honorable Sare Malik Moura Sanini of Benin.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Honorable President. It is a great pleasure for me to see that this theme has been retained by the African Union. I would like to commend the presenters who have spoken, and it has been a pleasure to hear from you. Water and sanitation in Benin has been seen by our head of state as a major issue, and in 2016, the government launched a new program to ensure that the rural areas was supplied with water through different projects. These projects have seen improvement in exploitation and distribution of water to households. The objective was to ensure that no Benin citizen would need to go more than 10 kilometers to find water. Water and sanitation is required for improving the standard of living. In the National Assembly recently, a law has been passed to criminalize urination in any water sources, and a fine will be imposed on anyone caught polluting our water in this way. Thank you, Honorable President.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Honorable Abdusalam Horma of Mauritania.
Thank you, Honorable President. And I also would like to thank the Pan-African Parliament for taking care of this matter that constitutes a serious challenge to the world in the African continent, especially the region that we live in the North and North Africa and Sahel. The estimation says that 100 million, or in 2035, it will be in dire need for water. There are many means to address this matter technically, either isolating the rainwater and that concerning the dams. So we should utilize this technology. And the second issue is the salination, or the seawater salination, and that showed or demonstrated effectiveness in many regions in the world. And also another technology of cloud seeding that has a great potential. The policy, we must have a policy that guarantees dignity for the human beings, and there is no development without water. Many parts of the continent suffer from the water scarcity, in addition to the absence of the decent housing and sanitation. We have on one hand water scarcity, and on the other hand, what we have. The water we have, we cannot use it for the sanitation, and normally it creates a hygiene crisis in some parts. So I would like to thank the Pan-African Parliament for that, and I think we should develop a program to address this situation, and each region has its sensitivity, especially in North Africa, and we can also add another point about the underground water, which many parts in North Africa depend on, and until we wait to use the technologies that we spoke about that could provide us with water, as the water perhaps would be the source of conflict in the world in the next decade. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Honorable Professor Gary Sakata.
Merci, Honorable Président.
Honorable President, thank you. I fully support the report of the committee, and I will commend them for this work. The issue of water is very important, and what we need now is that the Niger, Congo, and Nile rivers, which already play an important role in our continent, continues to be protected. This is our green resource. We support the report because we know that Agenda 2063 was adopted on the 20th of January 2015 by the heads of state and government in Addis Ababa. This is a economic transformation plan, and we heard the commissioner repeat this when he spoke. Agenda 2063 is broken up in 10-year plans. However, the manner in which the report is presented means we need additional visibility altogether. For such an important issue as water, we need more visibility. Agenda 2063 has taken up this issue. And so, what has the African Union already done since the adoption of Agenda 2063? The report should include this, and the report should also say what remains to be done. What I've heard the commissioners and others speak about the obstacles and hindrances, but we need statistics to see how far we've gone and what needs to be done in the years to come, what objectives are set, what we are going to reach, and when. Let's not be general in our approach. And DRC has significant expertise because we are improving our legislation because we feel that there's a direct link with energy security. I will stop here and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Honorable Happy Moore of Zimbabwe.
Thank you, President. I want to first commend the African Union for choosing this theme for 2026 and to commend the chair for the Committee on Agriculture, Rural Development, Water and Environment, Honorable Suleiman Sao, for the diligence with which the theme has been brought before this House. This is a theme born of vision and it deserves our praise. But Honorable President, a theme is only as good as the life we breathe into it. I therefore challenge this Parliament. Let us not allow this theme to remain a dream recited at podiums. Let us make it a lived reality in the villages, schools, and clinics of this continent. Honorable President, too many of Africa's water projects have taken far too long to finish. Pipelines contracted years ago remain below 20% complete. Dams pass milestone after milestone in reports and speeches, yet communities nearby still queue for boreholes and bury children lost to cholera. A groundbreaking ceremony is not water in a tap. I call on member states to stop starting new projects while old ones lie abandoned and to focus resources on finishing what have already been promised to our people. Honorable President, Zimbabwe offers a lesson in persistence. The Kunji Dam outside Harare is 74% complete and will secure the capital's water supply by December. The Togwim Kosi Dam now 99% complete. This is what focused sustained investment looks like, even amid funding constraints. In conclusion, Honorable President, this theme must not become another line in a community that gathers dust while our rivers run past thirst villages. Water is not a luxury negotiated in conference halls. It is the very right to live. To let the House live here, resolve that by the time we reach the horizon of Agenda 2063, no African child will die of a preventable disease or a lack of clean water, and no African woman will spend a life walking towards a well that never arrives. The theme is written. Now let Africa build it. brick by brick, pipe by pipe, until the dream becomes the tap that flows in every home. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Honorable Happiness Mamba of Eswatini.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Vice President. The thing has come at the right time. Water and sanitation is key to the people's lives, and to achieve these goals for Agenda 2063 and Millennium Development Goals, Sustainable Millennium Goal number 6, water is key to everyone. Without water, we cannot live. And many countries are without water. Some are even importing water. And what I'm expecting from this is I have a contribution that sometimes some of the projects come to a standstill because they are started without monitoring, and sometimes we don't even evaluate. One of my friends have said that we can't live without water. And to ensure that these countries of Africa have water, I think we need a subsidy, because you can tell that water is key. In my country, there are always applications for water in the water ministry to prove that there is need for water and improved water that is piped and clean. The countries need the subsidy because sometimes the resources are not available. But I have two questions. Last week, there was a presentation by Afro. It was about the water, and I asked myself, they said that 20%, one of the countries have 20% sanitation. It means they have no toilets. And the 80% doesn't have toilets. The 20% have toilets. I asked myself, from this report, once you ask the researchers to go and research, do you apply the recommendations, or you just leave the report and not? Because I think this country can be a priority if you look at the recommendation. And the second one being that, okay, Mr. Vlad, you said that we have to write proposal. Do you prioritize the proposals? Because we may find that they need agents. They need a certificate of agents. Do you prioritize them after getting the?
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next speaker will be Honorable Elizabeth Masuku of Zimbabwe.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise to contribute to this debate on the African Union theme for 2026, assuring sustainable water availability and safe sanitation systems to achieve the goals of Agenda 2063. As the Commissioner said, water is life and sanitation is dignity. Without secure access to clean water and safe sanitation, our efforts towards health, education, gender, health, equality, and economic transformation will remain incomplete. Millions of our people, particularly in rural communities, still walk long distances in search of water, and too many schools on women and girls. Agenda 26.3 demands that we treat water and sanitation as a basic right owed every African. Mr. President, allow me to highlight the positive steps being taken by Zimbabwe. For example, Zimbabwe continues to invest in the rehabilitation and expansion of urban and rural water infrastructure, including borehole drilling programs that have brought clean water closer to undeserved communities. Zimbabwe has also strengthened water, sanitation, and hygiene programs in schools and health facilities, and national efforts to rehabilitate dams and irrigation schemes are helping secure sustainable water supply for both households and agriculture. Mr. President, I urge member states to accelerate investment in water infrastructure, strengthen cooperation on shared water resources, and prioritize sanitation in national budgets. Water, sanitation are the foundation upon which all other development goals are built.
Half a minute.
Thank you. Let us translate our debates into concrete action that delivers water and safe sanitation to every African household by the time we reach the horizon of Agenda 26.3. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Honorable Masamba Dieng.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Donc, permettez-moi d'abord de...
Thank you, Mr. President. Please permit me to commend the two committees which have presented this important report to us on the issue of water and sanitation system in Africa. Water is a fundamental right, a factor of human dignity, and an important lever for sustainable development, health, agriculture, industrialization, and peace. But in many regions in Africa and the world, millions of women, young girls, and children still go for long kilometers in order to fetch water. This reality impedes development, education, health, and the economic empowerment of our populations. In Senegal, important efforts have been carried out in order to improve access to potable water through the construction of borehole, water access points, extension of the hydraulic network, and the setting up of overarching programs. But nonetheless, there are many challenges, especially in rural zones where the distance of villages and the high cost of infrastructure, climate change, the reduction of the availability of resources, and difficulties of maintenance limit an equitable and sustainable access to potable water. Faced with this situation, we as parliamentarians, we should plead for an increase of investments in hydrographic infrastructure, adapted water supply to villages and pastoral zones, capacity building of local and regional authorities and communities in order to ensure the management of water facilities, production of solar energy for the pumping of water, and also technologies for water economy. A parliamentary mechanism for the follow-up of the theme of the African Union on water in order to regularly evaluate progress achieved by member states. Africa can only achieve the ambitions of 2063 only when the suffering of the rural populations is going to stop with regards to access to water access. Invest in access of water in rural zones is investment to the stability of our community. So we should make it possible so that every African village should benefit from this fundamental right, which is access to potable water, which is sure, accessible, and sustainable. I thank you for your kind attention.
Next speaker will be Honorable Tabiso Lebese, Lesotho.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Let me also echo the sentiments of the chairperson of the Committee on Rural Economy and Agriculture, and also appreciate the brilliant presentation that was done by His Excellency, the Ambassador, on the theme. The agenda for 2063 is Africa's long-term development plan, which then aims to create a prosperous and sustainable continent. Mr. President, access to clean water and safe sanitation is essential because it improves health, supports agriculture, promotes economic growth, and protects the environment. Where I come from, Mr. President, the country is often referred to as the water tower of the Southern African region because we have abundance of freshwater resources through the Lesotho Highlands Water Project, which we supply both Lesotho and South Africa. However, despite all this abundance of fresh water, it is imperative to mention, Mr. President, that many of our rural households still lack reliable and proper sanitation, poor sanitation and limited hygiene, which further increases on compound waterborne diseases and affect the quality of our people's life. Again, it is important, Honorable President, to mention that at regional level, SADC works with other member states to improve the water quality and water scarcity of our member states. And at this juncture, we take cognizance of protecting the water security for the shared resource in terms of securing the rivers and watershed management. However, SADC with its member states still faces challenges such as drought, climate change, population growth, and unequal access to clean water. And it is the objectives of this African Agenda 2063 that to be achieved, we therefore as member states have to invest in water infrastructure, protect water resources from pollution, and expand on sanitation facilities. And in conclusion, Honorable President, Lesotho will be completing its third largest dam in Southern African region. And as such, the dam is built in collaboration with South Africa. And it is important to mention that in 2 or 3 years' time, Lesotho will be supplying Johannesburg with fresh water. And we are also willing to catch up with our brothers in Namibia and Botswana. We have also shown the same desire to have the water from Lesotho. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Now I recognize Honorable Mamelo Foko of Lesotho. Not in the chamber?
Not in the chamber.
Thank you. Honorable Mabokutulu Malek of Lesotho.
Thank you, Honorable President. I want to withdraw because my honorable colleague here have said it all. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Honorable Anthony Akon of Uganda.
Mr. President, let me join my colleague to thank the chairperson of Committee of Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment for a well-presented report. Mr. President, this theme is coming at a very right time, at a time when over 400 million Africans lack basic drinking water. And that is serious, because if you transform into countries, it's almost about 8 to 10 countries without basic drinking water.
It is coming at a time when about 700 to 800 million lack safety managed sanitation. And the presenter said good sanitation is actually good dignity. So it is coming at the right time. It is also coming at a time when we lack water for production. We need water for production in terms of crop production, in terms of livestock production, in terms of industry. It is coming at a time when a lot of our pipe water have poor in structures, there are leakages, and all this brings a lot of implications. First, there is waterborne diseases which are really affecting people in Africa. You have cholera. You have a lot more that is actually killing our people at this particular time. We have a problem of climate change, which is worsening in terms of drought. If it rains some places, it floods, and there are a lot of water stress. And therefore, it is important that at a time when we are discussing this, and when AU is discussing this, we must recognize that water is a foundation for Agenda 2063. Because without water security, there is no food security. Without water security, there is no water for industrialization. Without water security, there is no public health. And without water security, there is no climate resilience, no peace generally, because water is life. And therefore, it is important for us to recognize at a time when 1 in 3 Africans are directly impacted by water scarcity. At a time when about 56% of the households in Africa, they are experiencing routine water shortages. As a country, Uganda, in our National Development Plan 4, we have water, clean water and sanitation for all. And that is what we are pursuing as a country. And that is important that for water for irrigation, we have embarked on solar irrigation. And therefore, at a time when the AU is discussing, a lot of resources should be put into water, because water is life. And especially to utilize rivers and lakes, because we find a situation where people are lacking water.
Conclude, please.
Thank you. Thank you. We find areas where there are rivers and lakes which are not being utilized, when the country can also utilize lakes and rivers. We have rainwater which flows and nobody is harvesting it. We have underground water which nobody is using, making use of it. It is important that as it is discussed, a lot more resources should be used to exploit the available resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. The next speaker will be Honorable Jolie from DRC.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much, Honorable President. Everything has almost been said. 400 million Africans who do not have access to potable water. Over 700 million with no access to sanitation facilities. Over 80% of diseases in Africa are waterborne diseases. The social impact is serious and severe, especially on women and their children. But the essential question of this water issue is the fact that water is an element for the development of Africa. You listen to colleagues from Lesotho who told us how water is going to create a convivial space or region in the southern Africa. The Democratic Republic of Congo offers the opportunity with the Great Dam of Inga to offer energy to boost water distribution, and it's equally one of the water sources of Africa. So how are we going to go about to develop rational policies when we are distracted by violence, conflicts, destabilization, and aggression? So all resources which require the tackling of this fundamental sector of the future, Honorable President, might become used to buy weapons for useless conflicts, which produce refugees and displaced persons, which worsen the situation. In the case of refugees, in the case of internally displaced persons, water becomes more and more an element of survival. That's why, while commending our committee on this report, which is very interesting, we are not tackling the problems that might stem from water. You are from Ethiopia, water renaissance, because water is an element of the civilization of the region, as I just said, for the DRC, which faces aggression from its neighbors, including Rwanda, and which do not enable us to work. That's why this report should lay emphasis on the change of vision. Water is not only a social element, it's an element for the construction of our future. This Agenda 2063 might become a dream or utopia. As Mandela was saying, a vision without any project, it's an utopia, it's an illusion. But two projects which are enshrined in a vision, it's reality. So it's important for the Pan-African Parliament to be able to own up.
In my list will be Honorable Esther Passaris of Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me this opportunity. I rise to support the report on the Africa Union theme of the year 2026, ensuring sustainable water availability and safe sanitation systems to achieve the goals of Agenda 2063. This theme goes far beyond taps, boreholes, and toilets. It speaks of the management of our rivers, lakes, wetlands, groundwater, and shared water basins, the protection of public health through safe sanitation and hygiene, the security of our food systems, and the resilience of our communities in the face of drought, floods, and climate change. The report identifies the major pressures clearly: rapid urbanization, pollution, inadequate infrastructure, weak governance, climate-related risks, and limited investments. Africa's annual financing gap for water and sanitation is estimated between $30 billion and $50 billion. The gap is not an abstract figure. It is seen in broken boreholes, contaminated rivers, unfinished sewage systems, families walking long distance in search of water. The burden falls mostly heavily on women and girls in rural communities, informal settlements, peri-urban population, and people living in conflict-affected areas. Safe sanitation is also a matter of dignity, particularly for women and children and persons with disability. I support the proposal to explore the model law on water resource management. Such a law should establish minimum standards for water quality, conservation, equitable access, public accountability, and management of transboundary water resources. But laws alone will not deliver us water. National parliaments must scrutinize budgets, track implementation, and demand answers where projects are delayed, abandoned, or become non-functional shortly after completion. We must also invest in practical solutions: rainwater harvesting, recycling, smart irrigation, catchment restoration, climate resilience, infrastructure, and technologies that reduce leakage and wastage. Mr. President, the theme of the year, we must leave us with, Mr. President, the theme of the year must leave us with measurable results. Member states should report annually on financing, access to safe water, sanitation coverage, infrastructure completion, and progress amongst vulnerable communities. Water is life, safe sanitation is dignity, access to both is justice. I support the adoption of the report. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Commissioner for Sports. Yes, Honorable former Vice President, you want to take the floor? Please, you have the floor.
شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I do thank all those who presented those great reports. We do know all that water is life. Without water, there is no life, there is no investment, there is no health. So the water is everything. Therefore, we know that the investment in providing water will have its benefits for all the countries, and it becomes compulsory for all of them. I do wish that states designate a special budget for the investments in a sustainable drinking water and sanitation services for the citizens. In Mauritania, according to the presentation that we heard, the coverage is between 65 and 85. And this is a good thing. However, the ambition and the goal is to reach the highest percentage of coverage in order to make water accessible to all citizens in rural areas or in the cities. This will include building new dams and making an infrastructure for water to reach the citizens. As I said before, water is very important in any investment or development of any country. Nowadays, to rate countries, the availability of water in any country now becomes a factor of to rate the degree of the development of that country. Unfortunately, Africa is losing every year $2 billion. And this loss is this amount that we lose, we can divert into investment in education, agriculture, and sanitation, and in order to improve our lives and to be able to distribute water equally to all citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we are exhausted with the debate. So now maybe I will ask Honorable His Excellency Moses Vilakati. Hope you will agree if I say honorable water gathered in Midrand, honorable water chairperson of Committee on Agriculture made presentation, honorable water commissioner of agriculture at AUC made presentation, honorable water debated on the presentations. Will you agree, Mr. Commissioner? Why I'm saying human bodies, 60% of human body is comprised of water. So that means we ourselves, we are water. Today, water debated on water. Excellency, I give you floor to respond. Mr. Commissioner, you have the floor. Not online? In this case, may the chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture take the floor. And also don't forget to respond to my question.
Can I respond from here?
Yes, please.
Thank
no,
you.
come to the podium, come to the forward to the podium.
Your Excellency,
Vice President, thank you very much. And I would like to thank the Commissioner, Mr. Moses Villacati, who was with us last week. And he's a man who is vast with knowledge of water, and his input is highly welcome by Pan-African Parliament. We thank him for that wonderful deliberation. And Your Excellency, I want to thank you and your whole bureau for giving us this support. And my committee members are here, without whose support I would not be here today. And our former chairperson, he laid the foundation, he did all the work. I'm only here to continue his mission. Honorable Dr. Sakata, thank you for your support. Yes, Your Excellency, as you said, water is life, water is dignity, water is everything. And members, our contributions are almost aligned. Honorable Member of Djibouti highlighted about harmonization of policies and future laws to be made in order for this continent to be water-free. Honorable Mongata Kenya also talked about political will, which is lacking sometimes, and he called for head of states to be more politically committed for availability of water and budget support. Now, Honorable Member from Honorable John Bederi also talk about demand for water is high due to population growth. As the population is increasing, we need more water. So we need to protect our natural resources and our environment. Honorable Sebu Ture also talk about clean drinking water. Water is available, but sometimes it's not clean, it's not hygienic. So efforts need to be made to make sure that water is very hygienic for use, and we put more money into water. That's the budget. Honorable Ibrahim Chad also talk about water stress, drought, and he also talk about public policy for water and sanitation. Honorable Tafanana, talks about their experience and the effort that the government of Zimbabwe is doing. Honorable from Benin also, thank everybody and the committee and welcome the team of the year. And I want to apologize for that day she was not able to get the floor. Honorable Mario from Angola also said, countries that have enough water should be so generous to share with others. I think as Africans, that is our culture to share. Once you have enough, make sure you let it to others to also benefit. Honorable Gary from Sicily, wonderful contribution, thank you. Honorable member from Beni also contributed well, commitment of his president, thank you for that. Honorable Abdul Salam from Mutani also, talk about the need for water and sanitation, and also talking about cloud setting, and water may be a source of conflict in the future. May we not witness that. Honorable Sagari Sakata, talk about the visibility, and he talks about what remains to be done as far as the statistics are concerned. Happy Mori, thank you for your acknowledgement, and thank you for your foresight. And as you said, we should not start new water projects when the old projects are not completed. This is common in Africa. When we see our governments, they start a very beautiful water projects in the other part of the region. They will go and start other one when this other one is not inaugurated. I think we need to avoid that. Honorable Jibit from Zimbabwe, thank you for that eloquent contribution. Masamba Jeng also recommended water to be accessible and affordable. Thank you. Honorable member from Lesotho, Tabiso, your country's water expansion scheme, that's welcoming, and we applaud it. Honorable Anthony from Uganda also talked about production, and production goes with what? Goes together with water. So once there is no water, we can produce crops, neither give water to our farm animals. So therefore, there will be no seed, if there is no water security, no food security, in short. Honorable member from DRC, Jordan, use resources on water. You emphasize on resource allocation on water than weapons. Thank you. Estes from Kenya, thank you for your support. You are part of the committee. All the works are your works and you know the challenges. And thank you for highlighting those challenges. So honorable members, thank you for giving us the audience and the opportunity to be able to express this lengthy report with the resolutions. I thank you all.
Thank you, Honorable. I think we contributed a lot. The committee and the chairperson also have taken note of it. As you said, water is everything for human being. And also sanitation is importantly related with water. No water, no sanitation, no life. Excellencies, at this moment, we need to adopt the report. May I ask the Secretariat to confirm again the quorum? Madam Clerk, you have the floor.
Your Excellency, can I observe? Yes. Break. The President said once the beginning of the session we have the quorum continues. I can be corrected.
Madam Clerk, please go and make sure the quorum.
Okay. Honorable President, at this point, there are 57 members in the chamber.
Honorable members, I will suspend the adoption and consult with the Bureau till we are around. We will proceed with the other item of the agenda. May Madam Clerk once again take the floor and announce.
Honorable Mr. President, point of order. Mr. President, I want to rise on Rule 55 on the quorum. Now, the quorum for a meeting of Parliament shall be constituted by a simple majority of all the members present. Now, the rule is silent on this. We had a quorum here, the business was going on, the president adjourned for lunch. He adjourned for lunch, now we come, and this business needs to continue. So if now you are saying there is no quorum, I want to be better informed, because if you go to the decision of the Parliament, under 56, it says voting, whether voting could be done acclamation or adoption or whatsoever it is. B says the decision of the House shall be made by consensus. If it is a consensus for us to go for break and come back, I think the quorum needs to stand. That's my opinion.
Honorable member, I duly respect your opinion, but quorum is quorum. At any moment, quorum should be respected. We should meet the quorum. And as I said, we'll be back. We'll consult. I will also consider your observations, and we will consult and come back to you. Thank you. Madam Clerk, may you proceed?
Honorable President, the third order of business is presentation and debate on the report of the capacity building workshop for the Pan-African parliamentarians on the ratification and state of reporting on the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance. The presenter is Honorable Sinia Ahmed, Rapporteur of the Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
Honorable Sinia Ahmed, please come forward and make your presentation. Thank you.
السلام عليكم مساء الخير.
Good afternoon. Honorable Chair, honorable colleagues, and parliamentarians, honorable guests, I think our Committee on Justice and Human Rights and the presentation of this report, which is wishing that this report will be it is final report, which wish to be very good one. I'll be brief, because the report is already distributed to you. It is in the capacity building of the Pan-African Parliament members on the protocol on the African Protocol on Elections, Governance, and Good Governance. I'm just giving a brief of this report. The summary of this report that is being prepared by the Committee of Justice and Human Rights. I don't have the copy of the report, so I just have to follow. Yes. I'm just reading an executive summary of the report of the Committee on Human Rights, Justice and Human Rights on the capacity building of the Pan-African Parliament members within the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance. I have the pleasure, on behalf of myself and members of the Committee of Justice and Human Rights, the report of the Committee on the capacity building of the member states on the ratification and submission of the national reports on the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance, which is organized by the African Peace Structure and Governance of the African Union Commission, in collaboration with the Pan-African Parliament on the 24th of July 2026 in Midrand, Republic of South Africa. This program aimed at strengthening the capacity of the Pan-African Parliament members on the Charter
as well as enabling them to enhance their capacity to promote its ratification, domestication, and to reply to the reporting on the governance and constitutionalism, as well as the realization of the African of 2036. The workshop also covered the reality of the implementation of this charter. Our discussions highlighted that despite what has been achieved in the report, we still have some problems, but we need to abide our countries to submit the report on its implementation by the member states. The participants also discussed the discussions within the African Union and with regard to the mechanisms of reporting and to reduce the dualism in the submission of the reports. The workshop also highlighted the role of the Pan-African Parliament as well as the national parliaments in the implementation of the Charter through their different mechanisms, as well as strengthening the cooperation between the PAP and the African Union Commission and the national parliaments and national and regional economic communities to strengthen constitutionalism, democracy, and respect for human rights in the continent. After the deliberations, our group adopted a number of recommendations that include the call to the members to implement the constitution, to implement the charter, as well as the issue of reporting. Number two, enhance member states to use their member states of the Pan-African Parliament to use their legislative oversight to promote, to call for the implementation, calling on the African Union Commission to continue providing the technical support and capacity building programs to the national member states and their parliaments. Number four, institutionalizing the capacity building program on the African Charter on democracy, elections, and governance, and repeating this program during the plenary sitting of the Pan-African Parliament in order to allow all members of PAP to benefit from these technical presentations and to contribute to the advancing and implementation of the Charter across the continent. Requesting periodic briefings from the African Union Commission on the status of ratification and legislative harmonization, implementation, and periodic reporting to enable the Pan-African Parliament to monitor the progress made by the member states. Sorry. The committee also expressed its appreciation to the Committee of the African Secretariat of African Structure of Peace and Security and Department of Political Affairs, Peace and Security of the African Union Commission, and the Bureau or the Office of the Legal Counsel and all the experts participating for their valuable contributions to organize this program, as well as their continuous support from the efforts of the Pan-African Parliament to strengthen democracy and good governance in our continent. And therefore, the Committee on Justice and Human Rights have the honor to recommend the adoption of this report and and the recommendations contained therein in order to enable the Pan-African Parliament and the national parliaments to strengthen the democracy, rule of law, and support of implementing effective implementing of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance to achieve the aspirations of Agenda of 2063. By this one, I come to the end of this presentation of the summary, the executive summary of this report, and I pray or ask your honorable sitting to adopt it. And thank you for your attention. Thank you for helping. Just let me allow me to mention that I gave the brief of the summary. What is the whole report that has been distributed to you contained all the recommendations, and thank you once again. Thank you. Honorable Sonia, rapporteurs of the Committee on Justice and Human Rights. And after this presentation, which has been submitted on the report on the capacity building of the Pan-African Parliament members, on the ratification and the status of reporting on the African Charter on Democracy and Governance, Elections and Governance. Allow me now to move to the discussion, and I open the floor according to the procedures. And I have before me 19 persons who requested to take the floor. Please take 3 minutes as maximum for your intervention, sir. And I'm starting by Honorable Roger Nkudu, former president of PAP from Cameroon. Honorable, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable President. I didn't really understand the methodology to ratify, or is it the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance? In 2015, you may remember that we actually ratified a charter. It was a charter with AGA. This charter seems similar to what we're discussing today. This charter has already entered into force. The provisions of this charter condemns unlawful taking of unconstitutional change of government. And when Niger experienced a coup d'etat, the provisions of this charter was used to sanction them. So I'm not really sure what is the methodology here, what it is that we are about. We need 15 countries for the charter to enter into force. Cameroon was the last country to ratify this. So I'm a little lost as to what we are doing currently. If we can have some explanation. Are we talking about domestication? Because the charter itself was ratified already. Thank you, Honorable President.
Honorable President.
Shukran, Sayyid Rais. Thank you. Thank you, President Roger. And let me give the floor to Madam Esther Passares from Kenya. Honorable, you have the floor.
Mr. President, I rise to support the report on the ratification, domestication, implementation, and reporting of the African Charter on Democracy, Election, and Governance. The Charter commits our countries to constitutional government, credible elections, human rights, the rule of law, accountable institutions, and the prevention of unconstitutional changes of government. But the figures before us are worrying. 46 member states have to sign the Charter. 39 have ratified it, yet only 2 have submitted implementation reports. Signing it was not enough. Ratification was not enough. The Charter must be reflected in our national laws, institutions, budgets, and daily practice. And if a country does not report, how do we know whether it has done what it promised? Each national delegation should leave this session knowing the position of its own country. Has it ratified the Charter? Has it domesticated it? Which laws needed to be amended? Are the responsible institutions properly funded? Has the government submitted its report? Has the country submitted its report under Article 49? These should not remain workshop questions. They should form part of the regular work of the relevant committees of this Parliament. I propose that the African Union Commission provide the PAP with a simple country-by-country implementation table. It should show who has signed, who has ratified, who has domesticated, who has reported, and where action is still outstanding. That would allow every delegation to return home with a clear responsibility and follow through legislation, budget scrutiny, and parliamentary oversight. Mr. President, democracy is not only about holding elections. It is also about whether institutions are independent, whether citizens can speak and participate freely, whether the court's decisions are respected, and whether women, youth, persons with disability, and marginalized communities have a genuine place in governance. When citizens lose trust in institutions, instability follows. When elections are disputed, when exclusions become normal, and when leaders are not accountable, peace is put at risk. We must therefore treat this report as a practical tool for preventing instability, not simply as another continental instrument kept on our shelves. Let us take it from Addis Ababa to the national parliaments, our laws, our budgets, our institutions. I support the adoption of the report and recommend annual reviews by the Pan-African Parliament. Thank you.
Shukran, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Esther. Abdi Sabatara from Somalia, you have the floor. Honorable Abdi.
Honorable.
The floor to Honorable Danso Mogatana from Kenya. Honorable, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Earlier on, I wanted to take the floor after the former president, just to tell him that it's a report. There should be no confusion. It's a report on the capacity building that our colleagues who participated in that workshop underwent. And it's a good thing to have capacity building workshops, Mr. President, because we are Christians or Muslims, but every day we have to be preached to, every day we have to go to Sunday so that we can remember what we committed ourselves to in terms of our faith. Mr. President, the African Charter on Democracy, Elections, and Governance is a very important charter. In our nation, Kenya, we have signed and ratified. So we are amongst the countries that have taken the steps to go further. Kenya signed the charter on 28th of June on 2008, and we ratified it on the 7th of January 2021. We even deposited the instrument of ratification on the 4th of February 2022. So we are a state party and we are bound to what we committed ourselves to do. But we still continue having challenges, and we need reminders through workshops like this. And so I was very happy to hear that the people have taken time to remind African legislators about what is expected of us, particularly when it comes to election management. Election management, Mr. President, there is always a desire by a sitting government to control who is managing the election so that they can control the results that come out. I wish this charter could go forward and stronger and say that all election commissioners, it must be 50-50, opposition and government. I come from the government side, but I would like the opposition to accept the results if I win. And equally, I would like the opposition to accept the results if they lose, so that we have a peaceful country. And I wish this particular charter would have gone to state this in no uncertain terms, that the election management bodies within Africa, they must be left to be truly independent. Because in many occasions, Mr. President, they are not. Governments which are in power, they want their political parties to inherit election management.
Thank you, Honorable John Bontes Bedri من Rwanda.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for giving me this opportunity. The African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, as one of the African Union's principal legal instruments for promoting democracy, the rule of law, human rights, peace and security, among others, across the continent, is important and necessary for Africa's transformation. But for this to be achieved, we need to build strong institutions that promote these values. And therefore, it's very important that we have independent electoral commissions that would conduct credible and reliable elections. We need to have independent human rights that, ensures that human rights are observed and respected. We also need to have strong security institutions like the police that is disciplined and corrupt-free, as well as the reliable judicial institutions for this to really be of use to our countries. The Charter has also largely contributed to improve the governance, regular elections, and maintaining the rule of law on the continent. And the evidence is there. We have seen that the African Union on very many occasions has taken sanctions against military coup d'etats, and this is very, very key in ensuring that our institutions remain, respect the rule of law. However, despite these achievements, we also know that democracy and regular elections are not absolute solutions. In situations where poverty, unemployment, inequality, poor service delivery to citizens still exist, because more often than not, these are also exploited by politicians for their own benefit. Therefore, we need to deal with these challenges by addressing the root causes if tangible progress has to be made or realized in our quest to build democracy and strong governance institutions. Finally, good governance, respect for the rule of law, and accountability for both leaders and citizens are necessary foundations for sustainable peace. I support the adoption of the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Welcome Dalmani, Eswatini.
Not in the chamber, Your Excellency.
Honorable Dr. Kestingi Gubutswana, Botswana.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I would like to associate myself with the sentiment expressed by the Honorable from Kenya, my lady, that yes, ratification is necessary, but maybe not sufficient. Was it not the intention of the Charter to go beyond ratification to domesticate the Charter so that it becomes part of the laws in our countries? The other thing that I want to point out is the fact that there are still some countries, I think I counted about 19 countries that are still to ratify the Charter. I would like the presenter maybe to clarify whether, because the Charter came into force, would that not mean that the other countries that have not signed are also bound? Are they not bound by the Charter? I think that has to be clear. The other thing also is, I think it's important for us here to know the countries that have not ratified, because it might be that Botswana, where I come from, has not ratified. So if I know, then we could follow and advocate for ratification. So it's necessary without naming and shaming, but just providing the list so that we know. But there are also gaps that I think we need to, institutional gaps. For example, there are weaknesses in terms of enforcement and compliance mechanisms. Because the Charter, we should have had maybe a court or some courts that will make sure that it is enforced. There are no independent monitoring bodies either. And I think, in my view, the Charter is strong on paper, but weak on enforcement and monitoring. It remains aspirational, in my view. It's like having rules in a soccer game without a referee, yellow cards and red cards. This is the situation in which we find ourselves, which, in my view, is not sustainable. I thank you, Mr. President.
شكرا. Thank you. معالي السوغابا إدموندو أغوا بنين. Absent. Honorable غائب. معالي Honorable Alimatu Bat.
Honorable Alimatu from Benin. Mr. President, honorable colleagues, the most ambitious texts have value only when they change the life of the people. Elections of governance and governance make our commitments reality and our principles reality. Benin has made a choice for quite some time now. In 2007, we ratified it in 2000, and we signed in 2012. This translates our will for good governance and citizen participation. Today, we are called upon to cross a stage, that of the effective domestication of this charter to our national laws, because a charter can only enter into force when it protects citizens, strengthens institutions, and it's in its same light that Benin continues with the strengthening of its institutional architecture. The installation today of the Senate, which is the upper chamber of our parliament, actually illustrates the will of strengthening democracy and the equilibrium of our institutions beyond nature's ratification. The history will retain that parliamentarians would have transformed their commitments to concrete results for their people. That is why I want you to make in such a that the African Charter on Democracy should not only be a document of reference, but a promise towards all Africans. That is how we are going to be able to construct an Africa which is stronger, just, and more democratic.
Thank you. أدعو معالي النائب جيري ويليام كونسالف سوفا سيشن.
Thank you, Mr. President. Honorable members, I wish to commend the Pan-African Parliament and all partners involved in the capacity building program on the ratification and reporting obligation relating to the African Charter, election and governance. The initiative come at a crucial time when our continent continue to strengthen democratic institutions, promote constitutional government, and enhancing accountability. The Charter remains one of Africa's most important instruments for advancing democratic values, peaceful election, human rights, and the rule of law. The reports highlights both progress and challenges. While a growing numbers of member states have ratified the Charter, gaps remain in the ratification, domestication, and the timely submission of implementation reports. These challenges require greater political commitment and sustained parliamentary oversight. As parliamentarians, we have a responsibility to champion the ratification of the Charter where it has not yet been adopted, support its effective implementation, and encourage regular reporting by our respective member states. Throughout legislative oversight and representative function, we can help ensure that the principle of democracy and good governance are translated into tangible benefit for our citizens. Let us therefore renew our collective commitment to the Charter and work together to build a more democratic, peaceful, and prosperous Africa. I thank you.
Merci, honorable. Innocent Sabeo Bini.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. À la suite de mes collègues.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just like my colleagues, I second this report, and I equally hail the synergy of action that's happened between the CPS, AGA, and the Pan-African Parliament for the organization of this workshop. But, Mr. President, there are shortcomings that we should take into consideration. The first shortcoming is at the level of reporting. As said by my colleague from Kenya, 39 ratification, but only 2 countries have given their endorsement. It's almost like a scandal because without any report, no implementation, no monitoring, no evaluation, and above all, no prevention of crisis, which is not normal. The second shortcoming I've highlighted, there aren't any consequences in the case of non-reporting because the report has mentioned at the level of its item 9 or article 9 that we should submit it at the right time. If we didn't do so, there should be consequences and even an encouragement. The third shortcoming, it's the gray zone at the level of the domestication to our national law. We talk about a lot of ratification signatures, but very few on the domestication of the Charter. So we should have at least measures to be taken with regards to the domestication. So how many countries have reformed the electoral code, their laws for parties, and how many countries have reformed their anti-corruption laws to be in line with the Charter? The fourth shortcoming that I've highlighted is that the civil society is virtually absent, because at the level of Article 4 of the report, we talk about commitment of stakeholders, but no recommendations gives a formal role to the civil society organizations, to the bar association, to women, and not even to the youth. Mr. President, the fifth and last shortcoming that I've highlighted is that there was supposed to be a calendar and an agenda as stipulated on item 14 of the report, and it was said about regular programs. So there should be a deadline so that we should be able to have some provisions. So that's why I wanted to rapidly formulate some recommendations. The PAP, in line with the AUC, should publish every 6 months a public dashboard of states which will contain ratification, domestication, and transmission of the report of the country, so that we will all know that transparency is just an issue. The second recommendation is that, Mr. President, every national parliament should designate focal points of the charter with mission to follow up the domestication and to seize their government if need be pertaining to this. Honorable Said Mohamed Abdul Salam of Mauritania.
مقدمة التقرير المقررة المحترمة السنية، وأعتقد أن هذا الموضوع من أهم المواضيع التي ينبغي أن يشتغل عليها البرلمان الإفريقي في هذه الإنابة.
Mr. President, sorry. It's true that there are shortcomings for the adoption. It's true that we have shortcomings as it pertains to the ratification in many African countries, but I do not believe that the parliament is limited to the legislative role. The PAP in this slide should have a follow-up and monitoring role, and a role of sensitization, and also a role on the danger that the continent is facing concerning corruption and bad governance and all change of power. Any unconstitutional change of power, be it by coup d'etat or falsification of results or extension of mandates, all create a lot of economic difficulties in the continent. My advice to the parliament is that members should request countries to ratify this charter through sensitization and training workshops towards stakeholders and leaders on the dangers of coup d'etat and the danger of the change of results. This presents shortcomings, and shortcomings cannot help the continent. Our role, in fact, we are the ones representing the continent. Our role is to pressure the African Union and the leaders of this continent and national parliaments through a clear program so that people should know how to
الصحة المشاكل التي تعاني منها القارة موجودة.
So people should know about the dangers of all these problems which are facing the continent. And this should be understood to the tune of 90%. If there's good governance, this good governance is linked with democracy and elections. Thank you.
النائب دكتور جيدا بحضوره والتحاقه معنا بعد أداء مهمته.
I warmly welcome the MP for his participation.
أعطي الكلمة مباشرة إلى معالي النائب Honorable.
I give the floor to Honorable Professor Garissa Kata from the DRC. So I would have said without objection, but in line with the importance of the question, I have to take the floor by seconding the report, given that the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, if you want to understand the report, it's not respect the contents of treaties that they have signed themselves. It's on this aspect that I should note the important role of the Pan-African Parliament, or specifically its members that we are, which should play a crucial role. Why? Simply because we are the ones who are in contact on a daily basis with our populations. We are equally the ones who are better placed to actually pressurize our respective governments to ratify some treaties for the interest of Africa. In line with this report, as I said, I propose and I believe that our Bureau should regularly urge the continuous capacity building or strengthening of our capacity, so that we should actually promote the African Union. The African Union Commission should henceforth place the African Parliament at its rightful place, so that the cooperation between the different organs should favor the promotion of the African Union. Thank you very much. Thank you, Honorable. So you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable. Kanasili Litishifield Chabalala, South Africa.
Not in the House.
Honorable Happy More Chidivisa Zimbabwe.
Honorable Happy More Chidivisa Zimbabwe.
Honorable Fama Ba Senegal.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
Thank you, Mr. President. May peace be upon you.
Merci.
Thank you very much.
آخر متدخل Honorable سليمان.
The last speaker is Honorable Silva Sao from the Gambia.
Your Excellency, I'm withdrawing due to time. Thank you.
شكرا معالي النائب سليمان.
Thank you very much, Honorable Suleiman. I now request Honorable Sunia Agmat to provide answers to all these questions that have been put.
Monsieur le Président,
Honorable President, I have the impression that I wasn't understood. I'd like to point out that in accordance with Article 45, I would like to express my point of view. Mr. President, I was saying that the charter got into force since 2012, and since 2012, sanctions were applied. All military coups from 2012 have been sanctioned. That's the first thing. Secondly, all elections in Africa are supervised by the African Union, which always declares that the election took place very well. Whereas today, we come here and we say 49 have signed and ratified. I believe that once a law has got into force, I believe that just the fact that the law has gotten into force, coup d'etat should be sanctioned. And I'd like to tell you that the first country which ratified this charter was Mali. And if you've seen all the coup d'etats which happened, and on behalf of the charter, this country was sanctioned. So on the other side, we should be objectives at times. The role of the parliament is to ratify international agreements. And to that, someone said that there was a need for a monitoring mechanism which should come from the central organ, as it happens normally, because when there's an election, they make a report that everything went on well. I understand why we're saying that today. So today, there are at least the instruments which were easily ratified in Africa. There was this charter because the threshold needed was 15 ratification, and for our AFCFTA, we have AFCFTA where almost all countries signed in 1 month. So I believe that once a law is into force, it's supposed to be binding to everyone. And it wasn't a question I was raising. I was trying to make a clarification because I knew that the charter was already in force. So it's normally binding to the entire African continent. So this is what I wanted to bring as clarification. It wasn't a question.
Rais.
Thank you so much, Honorable President. I would like to thank all the members of the Pan-African Parliament for their valuable interventions that support this report and support the follow-up with the implementation of the charters, of the African Union Charter. And I believe that all of them have affirmed the importance of ratifying and the follow-up. And I would like to comment on the topic of follow-up. And as said by Honorable former President Nkudo, the charter was ratified on the 30th of January 2007 and entered into force, and there are 39 states that have signed and ratified, and we have 16 other states. 10 of them haven't yet ratified it, and six countries that haven't signed nor ratified. And the important aspect of this matter, and I think that all parliamentarians or all MPs are aware of the follow-up, that the the names. So, but anyone who wants to know the countries, it is here, the countries that haven't ratified. I guess all the interventions have agreed on the importance of the reporting to the Pan-African Parliament and to enhance the relationship between the African Union Commission and the Pan-African Parliament, to inform it periodically about the countries that are not committed to the obligations, about entrenching and applying this charter. Thank you very much.
شكرا.
Thank you, Honorable Sunniya Ahmed from the Sahrawi Republic, the rapporteur of the Committee on Justice and Human Rights, for her response to the debates about on this report. And according to the rules of procedures of this Parliament, I now present the report of the capacity building to honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament regarding the on the ratification and state of reporting on the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance to be adopted. So I present this report to be adopted according to the rules and rules of procedure. I would consider this report as adopted, although the interventions and all the debates were aimed at adopting this report. And we now move to the next item, or the fourth item, and I now invite the Madam Clerk of the Pan-African Parliament to present the final resolutions and recommendations of the first ordinary session of the 7th Parliament to be adopted. Madam Clerk, you have the floor.
Il dit qu'il y a un autre rapport qui doit être adopté, celui de l'agriculture sur le thème de l'Union. Il n'avait pas mis. Oui. Le rapport précédent, on n'avait pas adopté. Il était dans le guide.
Oui.
Juste après.
Yes. وقبل أن أعطي الكلمة.
Before I give the floor to Madam Clerk of the Pan-African Parliament, I also want to present the report that was debated today about the draft model law on critical minerals in Africa and a model law on the food policy in Africa. There is no interpretation in Portuguese.
It's fine.
I would like to repeat. I now present the report that has been debated in the item 2 regarding the AU theme of 2026 of ensuring sustainable water and sanitation, safe sanitation to achieve the objectives of 2063 agenda. And there was also a debate on a draft model law for the critical minerals in Africa and a draft model law for the food policy in Africa. So I now present this report to be adopted according to the rules of procedure of the Parliament. So we now move to adopt the report. Thank you, honorable members. I now give the floor to Madam Clerk to present the final resolutions and recommendations to be adopted before we close this session.
Honorable President, I'll begin by presenting the recommendation, the resolutions of this ordinary session. And I do apologize that the resolutions and recommendations are unnumbered, so I will number them as I progress. Resolution 1 will be the resolution on financial sustainability of the Pan-African Parliament, implementation of Executive Council decisions, and strengthening of the Parliament's institutional capacity. After the preambular clauses of this draft resolution, the operative section reads, now therefore, hereby, 2, on implementation of Executive Council decisions, calls upon the Permanent Representative Committee through its relevant subcommittee and the African Union Commission to expedite the implementation of all outstanding Executive Council decisions relating to the Pan-African Parliament, including those concerning the harmonization and restoration of members' allowances and benefits, and the pre-COVID budget allocations of the Parliament. 3, restoration of Parliament's resource capacity. Urges the Executive Council, the Permanent Representative Committee, and the African Union Commission, within their respective mandates, to progressively strengthen the resource envelope of the Pan-African Parliament so that it is commensurate with the institution's approved mandate, program of work, and strategic priorities. 4, review the budget ceiling methodology, requests the African Union Commission to review the methodology used in determining institutional budget ceilings to ensure that future allocations take into account the statutory obligations, approved work plans, demonstrated performance, and evolving responsibilities of the Pan-African Parliament. 5, strengthening program funding, calls upon the African Union Commission to ensure that future budget allocations provide adequate program funding for the permanent committees, parliamentary caucuses, and other statutory structures of the Pan-African Parliament to enable them to effectively implement their approved activities. 6, results-based budgeting and performance management, encourages the Secretariat to continue strengthening program-based, results-based budgeting by linking financial resources to measurable outputs, outcomes, and institutional impact, consistent with the African Union's results-based management framework. 7, resource mobilization strategy, mandates the Bureau, working in collaboration with the Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs and the Secretariat, to develop and implement a comprehensive resource mobilization strategy aimed at enhancing the long-term financial sustainability of the Pan-African Parliament in full compliance with the financial rules and regulations of the African Union. 8, institutional engagement mandates the President of the Pan-African Parliament, supported by the Bureau and Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs, to continue engaging the chairperson of the African Union Commission, the Permanent Representative Council, the Executive Council, the Committee of 15 Ministers of Finance, F15, and other policy organs on matters relating to the financing and institutional strengthening of the Pan-African Parliament. 9, on monitoring and reporting, requests the Bureau and the Committee on Monetary and Financial Affairs to report to the plenary at each ordinary session on the progress made in implementing this resolution and on the developments relating to the financing of the Pan-African Parliament. 10, on transmission, requests the President of the Pan-African Parliament to transmit this resolution to the Assembly of the African Union, the Executive Council, the Permanent Representative Committee, the Chairperson of the African Union Commission, the PRC Subcommittee on General Supervision, Coordination on Budgetary, Financial, and Administrative Matters, the Committee of 15 Ministers of Finance, F15, all African Union member states, other relevant African Union organs for information and appropriate action, adopted in Midrand, South Africa, 30th July 2026. Submit.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I now to present this resolution regarding the financial sustainability of the Pan-African Parliament and to implement the decisions of the Executive Council and to enhance the institutional capability of the Parliament to be adopted. Thank you. The second resolution.
Resolution is on strengthening health security and sovereignty in Africa. After the preambular clauses, the Parliament now hereby resolves to 1, now hereby resolves to 1, promote the Africa Health Security Sovereignty Agenda and its 5 pillars as the continental framework for public health preparedness, prevention, response, and recovery, and commend the Africa CDC for its continuing continental leadership. 2, call upon all member states of the African Union to accelerate the domestication of Africa CDC continental frameworks into national law, in particular those relating to biosafety, biosecurity, national public health institutions, legal preparedness for public health emergencies, data governance and sharing, local manufacturing of health products, infection prevention and control, and cross-border health cooperation. 3, advocate for implementation of the Abuja Declaration commitment to allocate at least 15% of national budgets to the health sector and call upon the member states to enact statutory contingency funds. 4, support the ratification and domestication of the Continental Data Governance Architecture, including the African Union Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection, Malabo Convention 2014, and AU Data Policy Framework 2022. 6, encourage member states to accelerate the ratification and domestication of the treaty establishing the African Medicines Agency, AMA, and the AU Model Law on Medical Products Regulation with a view to strengthening regulatory sovereignty across the continent. 7, request the Africa CDC to provide continuing technical support and capacity building to the Pan-African Parliament and to national parliaments on pandemic preparedness and intervention. And foster collaboration between the Pan-African Parliament and Africa CDC through a memorandum of understanding which determines the framework for cooperation through the Committee on Health and Social Affairs, adopted in Midrand, South Africa, 30th July 2026. I submit.
أنا انتهيت.
شكرا.
Thank you. I also present this resolution regarding the enhancing of the health and security and sovereignty, presented by Madam Clerk, to be adopted by the honorable members of the Parliament. I now call upon Madam Clerk to present the third resolution.
Honorable President, Resolution 3 is the resolution on the promotion of the African Union Operational Guidance Note on oversight and accountability in the security sector reforms. After preambular clauses, the operative resolution reads as follows. Now hereby resolves to, 1, endorse the AU policy framework on security sector reform, SSR, the AU operational guidance note, OGN, on training on SSR and AU OGN on gender and SSR, and the AU ONG on oversight and accountability of the security sector, established to guide member states towards strengthening accountability and effectiveness of national security frameworks. 2, affirm the Pan-African Parliament's commitment to support member states in the strengthening of democratic accountability processes towards guaranteeing good governance, and to empower member states of the Pan-African Parliament to conduct SSR assessments and reviews within their respective member states with a view to improve SSR strategies. 3, encourage members of the Pan-African Parliament and regional parliaments to proactively undertake engagements to support the awareness and implementation of the AU policy framework on SSR, the AU OGN on training on SSR, the AU OGN on gender and SSR, and the AU OGN on oversight and accountability of the security sector within their respective states. 4, urge members of the Pan-African Parliament to encourage their domestic parliaments to review their security sector legislation against AU policy frameworks and OGNs on SSR, and to make all necessary amendments to their legislation towards guaranteeing alignment, specifically but not limited to ensuring robust and credible oversight and accountability of the security sector. 5, urge members of the Pan-African Parliament to engage the development of legal frameworks for non-state security actors at the domestic level, which include adherence to principles of human rights, oversight, and accountability. 6, urge members of the Pan-African Parliament to encourage their national treasuries to provide regular financial reports on all security sector agencies as a means of strengthening oversight and accountability within the sector. 7, urge member states implementing SSR to be guided by principles of African solidarity, national ownership, gender-based practices, and recognition of traditional security institutions in SSR processes, as well as principles of democratic control, oversight, transparency, inclusion, public participation, accountability, effective communication, and respect for human rights as prescribed in the AU SSR policy documents. 8, encourage all relevant organs of the African Union, AU, to promote the values of the AU policy framework on SSR and its accompanying OGNs, and use them to promote all matters related to SSR in Africa. 9, develop a model standard operating procedure for parliaments that would serve as a parliamentary tool to guide parliamentarians in supporting domestic awareness and implementation of AU SSR frameworks. 10, disseminate AU policy framework on SSR and its OGNs to all member states, adopted in Midrand, South Africa, 30th July 2026. I submit.
شكرا.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I now present the resolution regarding the operational note of the African Union regarding the accountability and the reforms in the security sector. I present this report as presented by Madam Clerk to be adopted by the honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament. I once again call upon Madam Clerk to present the fourth resolution.
Fourth resolution is a resolution on the development of a model law on African traditional medicine and the protection of local knowledge. After a preambular clauses, the operative section reads as follows. Now, therefore, resolves to 1, urge African Union member states to strengthen maternal and neonatal health systems by increasing domestic investment in primary health care, expanding access to quality antenatal delivery, emergency obstetrics, and newborn services, strengthening the health workforce, and ensuring continuous availability of essential medicines, vaccines, diagnostics, and medical commodities, particularly in undeserved rural communities. 2, call upon member states to strengthen legal and policy frameworks that support the safe, evidence-based development, regulation, and integration of traditional medicine into national health systems, including the accreditation of traditional health practitioners, quality assurance of traditional medicines, protection of indigenous knowledge systems, and strengthened collaboration between conventional and traditional healthcare providers in improving maternal and neonatal health outcomes. 3, encourage member states, the Africa Center for Disease Control and Prevention, Africa CDC, research institutions and development partners to promote scientific research, innovation, and local production of validated traditional medicines, while strengthening community-based health systems that integrate the contributions of community health workers, skilled birth attendants, and appropriately trained traditional practitioners to improve maternal and newborn care. 4, mandate the Permanent Committee on Health, Labor and Social Affairs to continue its parliamentary oversight, advocacy, and engagement with member states, regional economic communities, and Africa CDC and relevant stakeholders to advance policies and programs aimed at reducing maternal and neonatal mortality across all regions of Africa, and to report periodically to the Pan-African Parliament on progress achieved. 5, further mandate the Permanent Committee on Health, Labor, Social Affairs, in collaboration with the relevant African Union organs and other partners, to facilitate the development of a Pan-African Parliament model law on traditional medicines and protection of local knowledge, to guide member states in establishing harmonized legal and regulatory frameworks for the development, regulation, protection, and evidence-based integration of traditional medicine into national health systems consistent with continental and international standards. 6, welcome the support and collaboration of the Africa CDC and other stakeholders to enable the Permanent Committee on Health, Labor, and Social Affairs to develop the model law on traditional medicine protection of local knowledge, adopted in Midrand, South Africa, 30th July 2026. I submit.
شكرا.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I now present the resolution on drafting a model law for African traditional medicine and protecting the local knowledge as presented by Madam Clerk to be adopted by honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament. Madam Clerk, the next resolution and the last one.
5 is the resolution on the proposal for development of a model law on critical minerals in Africa. The operative clauses of this draft resolution read as follows. Now, therefore, hereby resolves to 1, adopt the report tabled jointly in the plenary by the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment, and the Committee on Transport, Communication, Energy, Science and Technology. 2, approve the proposal to develop a model law on critical minerals in Africa by the Pan-African Parliament with a view to providing member states with a harmonized legislative framework to strengthen mineral governance, promote policy coherence, and support the sustainable management of Africa's critical mineral resources. 3, mandate the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment, and the Committee on Transport, Communication, Energy, Science and Technology to lead the development of the model law on critical minerals through consultations with relevant partners and stakeholders in the execution of this project. 4, direct that the proposed model law on critical minerals in Africa should reflect the need to promote local beneficiation, value addition and industrialization, responsible investment, environmental sustainability, community participation, and equitable benefit sharing, transparency, accountability, and responsible investment, as well as regional cooperation in the management and use of critical minerals towards the realization of the Africa mining vision, the African Green Mineral Strategy, Agenda 2063, and the objectives of the African Continental Free Trade Area, AfCFTA. 5, direct also the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment, and the Committee on Transport, Communication, Energy, Science and Technology, while developing the model law on critical minerals in Africa, to ensure its legal and policy coherence with other PAP model laws, particularly sustainable soil management in Africa. 6, commend the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment, and the Committee on Transport, Communication, Energy, Science and Technology for their fruitful deliberations with partners, including the African Minerals Development Center, AMDC, the Open Society Foundations, and the Alliance for Food Security in Africa, AFSA, whose joint sitting on the margins of the first ordinary session of the 7th legislature of the PAP resulted in the proposal for the development of a model law on critical minerals in Africa. 7, express gratitude to the African Minerals Development Center, AMDC, the Open Society Foundation, OSF, and the Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa, AFSA, for their continuous support to the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources, and Environment, and the Committee on Transport, Communication, Energy, Science, and Technology towards the realization of their respective mandates and objectives, including formulation of the proposed model law on critical minerals in Africa, adopted in Midrand, South Africa, 30th July 2026. I submit.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And I now present the resolution to be adopted by the honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament. Madam Clerk, please present the next resolution. The resolution number 6 is
on the ratification, domestication, and accountability of the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls. Operative clauses. Now, therefore, hereby resolves to 1. Advocate for the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls in accordance with the Continental Ratification Roadmap in order to facilitate its timely entry into force. 2. Request the Women's Caucus to submit periodic progress reports to the Pan-African Parliament on ratification progress, domestication efforts, implementation challenges, partnerships established, accountability mechanisms, lessons learned, and emerging priorities. 3. Urge the Women's Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament, working in close collaboration with the African Union Commission, UNFPA, regional economic communities, and other strategic partners, to develop and coordinate the implementation of a continental parliamentary engagement strategy that complements the AU Continental Roadmap for the signature, ratification, domestication, and implementation of the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, AU-CIVAROC, with a view to strengthening the capacity of national parliaments to advance ratification, legislative harmonization, parliamentary oversight, parliamentary diplomacy, peer learning, and strategic partnerships in support of the convention. 4. Also urge the Women's Caucus to convene periodic high-level parliamentary and multi-stakeholder dialogues to review progress in the ratification, domestication, and implementation of the convention, promote peer learning, and identify emerging priorities for continental action. 5. Encourage sustained collaboration between the Pan-African Parliament, the African Union Commission, the UNFPA, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, national human rights institutions, regional economic communities, women's rights organizations, academia, development partners, philanthropic organizations, and the private sector to strengthen implementation, monitoring, innovation, evidence generation, and resource mobilization in the support of the convention. 6. Encourage the Women's Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament to provide continental parliamentary leadership by coordinating advocacy, parliamentary diplomacy, legislative support, capacity building, partnership development, resource mobilization, knowledge sharing, and monitoring towards the ratification, domestication, implementation, and accountability of the convention. 7. Urge the Women's Caucus together with, with strategic partners to establish a continental knowledge sharing and peer learning platform to facilitate exchange of parliamentary good practices, legislative innovations, accountability tools, and lessons learned in implementing the convention. 8, work with the African Union Commission, concerned civil society organizations, and other interested partners to ensure in the domestication and implementation of the AU Convention, the preservation of women's rights and gender standards, as well as progress that has been achieved under the existing human rights treaties, such as the Maputo Protocol, the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, and the PAP Model Law on Gender Equality and Equity. 9, commend the Women's Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament and the African Union Commission and the UNFPA for the successful organization of the high-level parliamentary dialogue on the ratification, domestication, and accountability of the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls, adopted in Midrand, South Africa, 30th July 2026. I submit.
Thank you. أعرض مشروع التوصيات التي عرضتها السيدة الأمينة العامة للاعتماد.
Thank you very much. I would present the resolution that had been read by the respectful clerk for adoption by the members. Respectful clerk, the next resolution will be
it will be Resolution 7 on the ratification and state reporting on the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, ACTEC. The operative resolution reads, now therefore resolves to, 1, adopt the report of the Committee on Justice and Human Rights on the capacity building of the Pan-African parliamentarians on the ratification and state of reporting of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, together with the recommendations contained therein. 2, advocate through its members for the signature, ratification and domestication and effective implementation of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance within their respective member states. 3, mandate each member of the Pan-African Parliament to utilize their legislative oversight, representative and budgetary powers to promote the compliance with the Charter and its principles within their respective national parliaments. 4, strengthen parliamentary oversight of the implementation of the Charter, including monitoring of compliance by member states with their state reporting obligations under Article 49 of the Charter. 5, promote public awareness and stakeholder engagement on the objectives, principles, benefits of the Charter, including civic education on democratic governance and inclusive political participation. 6, encourage the exchange of experiences and best practices amongst African parliaments in advancing democratic governance, constitutionalism, and rule of law, and the rule of law. 7, institutionalize regular capacity building programs on the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, and other African Union shared values instruments for members of the Pan-African Parliament. 8, mandate the Committee on Justice and Human Rights and other relevant permanent committees to integrate the monitoring of the implementation of the Charter into their annual work programs and to report thereon to the plenary. 9, also strengthen collaboration with national parliaments, the African Union Commission, the AGA-APSA Secretariat, the regional economic communities and other strategic partners in promoting the objectives of the Charter. 10, promote also parliamentary diplomacy, peer engagement, and advocacy initiatives in support of the member states in implementing the Charter. 11, request the African Union Commission to submit periodic updates on the status of ratification, domestication, implementation, and state reporting under the Charter for consideration by the relevant permanent committees. 12, also requests that the capacity building program be replicated during a plenary sitting of the Pan-African Parliament so as to enable members to benefit from the discussions and to contribute to advancing implementation of the Charter across the continent. 13, express its sincere appreciation to the African Governance Architecture, the African Peace and Security Architecture, AGA-APSA Secretariat, the Department of Political Affairs, the Peace and Security Council of the African Union Commission, the Office of the Legal Counsel of the African Union, the resource persons, and all participants for their valuable contributions towards the successful organization of the capacity building program, adopted in Midrand, South Africa, 30th July 2026. I submit.
شكرا.
Thank you. Thank you. I would present this resolution has been read by Madam Clerk for adoption by the members of the Parliament. Thank you. We go to the next resolution.
Honorable President, Resolution 8 is the resolution on the promotion of the African Union's operational guidance note on oversight and accountability in the security sector reforms. Oh, we've done this. Apologies. So Resolution 8 will be resolution on the report and participation of the PAP delegation at the 70th session of the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women. Resolution 8, yes. Reads as follows. Now, therefore, hereby resolves, 1, adopt the Pan-African Parliament Women's Caucus report on the participation of the PAP delegation at CSW 70 through their engagement in high-level policy dialogues, parliamentary engagements, bilateral consultations, thematic sessions, and strategic partnership meetings held from 9 to 20 March 2026 in New York, United States of America. 2, affirm the Pan-African Parliament's commitment to promoting gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls on the continent, particularly through parliamentary diplomacy and institutional cooperation with member states, regional economic communities, and the African Union Commission, the African Union Development Agency's new Partnership for Development, AUDA-NEPAD, the African Women's Leadership Network, the United Nations, development partners, and international parliamentary institutions. 3, mobilize national parliaments for the use of parliamentary oversight mechanisms to monitor and guarantee member states' ratification, domestication, and implementation of the AU Convention on the AUCEVAWG, the Maputo Protocol, and other continental gender instruments. Develop a continental framework or program on women's public parliamentary leadership in collaboration with the AU NEPAD and relevant AU organs, and promote institutionalized mentorship, leadership development, intergenerational exchange programs for women in politics and public leadership. 5, call upon the African Union member states to intensify efforts to ratify, domesticate, and implement relevant continental gender equality instruments towards guaranteeing more inclusive societies, and to use the PAP model laws as a practical tool to align national legislation with their continental commitments. 6, encourage member states in their national gender strategies to strongly consider the need to inter alia identify emerging policy priorities, strengthen institutional resource mobilization, and women's leadership in justice and governance, enhance gender inclusive parliamentary action and oversight, strengthen education, capacity building, intergenerational leadership, leverage on digital innovation and technology, and strengthen domestic and international partnerships and cross-sector collaboration to sustain women's public and parliamentary participation. 7, commend the work of the PAP Women's Caucus in representing the Pan-African Parliament and advancing Africa's parliamentary perspectives on gender equality and empowerment of women and girls during the 70th session of the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women, CSW 70, held in United Nations headquarters in New York, United States of America, from the 9th to the 20th March 2026, under the theme, the acceleration of the achievement of gender equality and the empowerment of all women and girls by addressing structural and systemic barriers through the strengthened financing institutions and innovations, adopted in Midrand, South Africa, 30th July 2026. I submit.
Thank you, respectful Madam Clark. I would like to present this report for the honorable members to adopt. Thank you. Madam Clark, we go to next resolution.
Honorable President, Resolution 9 is the resolution on the proposed development of a model law on African food policy. Now, therefore, hereby resolves to 1, adopt the report of the joint sitting of the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment, and the Committee on Transport, Communication, Energy, Science and Technology on the proposed development of a model law on African food policy as tabled in plenary. 2, approve the proposal to develop a model law on African food policy to provide member states with a harmonized legislative framework for the governance of food systems. 3, mandate the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment to lead the formulation of a model law on African food policy and to present a legal and policy framework paper to the plenary prior to the preparation of the draft model law. 4, direct the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment, while developing the model law on African food policy, to ensure that its legal and policy coherence with other PAP model laws, particularly the model law on food and nutrition security. 5, also direct the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment to initiate activities to promote sustainable and resilient food systems, policy coherence across the agriculture, nutrition, health, and environmental sectors, and the protection of indigenous food systems and biodiversity support for smallholder farmers, women and youth, climate-smart agriculture, and food resilience, intra-African agricultural trade and regional food markets, food safety, nutrition and consumer protection, and inclusive stakeholder participation throughout the drafting process. 6, mandate the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment to undertake broad regional consultations in the preparation of the draft model law involving member states, regional economic communities, research institutions, farmers organizations, civil society organizations, and other relevant stakeholders. 7, requests the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament to conclude the proposed Memorandum of Understanding between the Pan-African Parliament and the Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa, to continue the collaboration with AFSA and other strategic partners in the preparation of the draft model law. 8, further mandate the Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, Natural Resources and Environment to report on progress made in the formulation of the model law on African food policy at each ordinary session of the plenary. 9, mandates each national delegation to the Pan-African Parliament to advocate within their respective parliaments for coherent food systems, legislation, and for the eventual domestication and use of the model law on African food policy, and report back to the plenary on the initiatives undertaken. 10, reaffirm the role of the Pan-African Parliament in facilitating the adoption of African Union policies, objectives, and programs, and in overseeing their effective implementation by AU organs and member states, and its commitment to advancing legislative frameworks that strengthen food security, nutrition, and sustainable development in support of the aspirations of Agenda 2063. And 10, express its gratitude to the Alliance for Food Sovereignty in Africa, AFSA, and to all stakeholders for their valuable technical contributions to the deliberations of the joint sitting, adopted in Midrand, South Africa, 30th July 2026.
شكرا.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now I would present this resolution for the honorable members for adoption.
السيدة الأمينة.
President, resolution number 10 is the resolution urging the Republic of South Africa to strengthen measures to prevent the elimination of xenophobic and Afrophobic violence against African nationals residing within its territory. The operative clauses read as follows. Now, therefore, hereby resolves to 1, strongly condemn all forms of xenophobic and Afrophobic violence, hate speech, incitement, intimidation, looting, destruction of property, and discrimination directed against nationals of other African Union member states residing in South Africa. 2, establish and deploy a parliamentary fact-finding and monitoring mechanism to assess the scale, causes, and consequences of the recent xenophobic and Afrophobic attacks in South Africa, and to submit recommendations for consideration by the plenary at the next ordinary session. 3, collaborates with the African Union Commission and other relevant African Union institutions to support South Africa and other member states in developing a continental framework for the prevention of xenophobia, Afrophobia, hate crimes, and discrimination against Africans and other African nationals. 4, mandates the relevant committees of the Pan-African Parliament, particularly those responsible for justice and human rights, cooperation, international relations, conflict resolution, as well as gender, family, youth, persons with disability, to jointly undertake periodic oversight engagements with the government of South Africa and submit reports on progress made. 5, encourages the establishment of an annual Pan-African social cohesion forum hosted in South Africa to promote dialogue, intercultural understanding, youth engagement, and ideals of African unity, adopted in Midrand, South Africa on the 30th of July 2026. I submit.
شكرا سيد.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I present this resolution for the House, for the members to adopt.
تقرير الموالي سيد الأمين العام.
Next resolution, please.
That was the last resolution. I'd like to move to the recommendations. The first recommendation is a recommendation on the implementation of the AfCFTA Guided Trade Initiative by the Republic of Ghana and the advocacy for the ratification of the AU Protocol on free movement of persons and engagement with the AfCFTA Secretariat. The recommendations read as follows. Now, therefore, hereby recommends, 1, to the Republic of Ghana to, 1, sustain progress in implementing the AfCFTA Guided Trade Initiative, including the establishment of all AfCFTA instruments, the successful export transactions of 114 small and medium enterprises since October 2022, the strengthening of public-private partnerships, and its long-standing visa policies for African nationals. 2, to continue and deepen collaboration between the Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry, the Ghana Export Promotion Authority, and the Ghana Union of Traders Association and other business associations to ensure consultations reach traders directly. 3, to pass and strictly enforce retail laws that protect indigenous businesses whilst enhancing regional trade. 4, to fast-track the ratification and domestication of the protocol to the treaty establishing the African Community relating to free movement of persons, right of residence, right of establishment as a complementary step to deepening regional trade integration. Second recommendation, to the governments of the Republic of Ghana and the Republic of Togo. Okay, thank you. To the governments of the Republic of Ghana and the Republic of Togo. To, 1, urgently equipped the Noyepe Akanu one-stop border post so as to facilitate its effective and efficient functioning. Recommendation 3, to the African Union Commission, AUC, to, 1, undertake deeper consultations with African traders and business associations in order to fully grasp the challenges hindering the success of the AFCFTA. 2, to prioritize and implement infrastructure projects and promote the modernization of ports, roads, and railways to facilitate the movement of goods and increase connectivity with landlocked countries across the continent. 3, ensure that trade and immigration policies support sustainable development across the continent in recognizing the crucial link between trade and free movement. 4, provide clear policy direction on the barriers threatening the competitiveness of the African traders under the AFCFTA, including high tariffs and the high cost of credit in member states as requested by the traders engaged during the mission. Recommendation 4, to the AFCFTA Secretariat, to 1, identify priority products, their value chains for the harmonization of standards across Africa as an essential step towards unlocking the full trade and industrialization potential of the AFCFTA. 2, to work with AU member states towards harmonized standards within the member states, mutual recognition of certifications, customs cooperation, and simplified border procedures to enhance the free movement of goods and persons across Africa. 3, convene jointly with the Pan-African Parliament a continental conference for African chambers of commerce and business associations. Recommendation 5, to the regional economic communities, in particular the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, to 1, review the challenges obtaining within their respective sub-regions in order to identify and resolve issues impeding free continental trade. 6, recommendation 6, to other African Union member states to 1, consider the approach adopted by the Republic of Ghana as a reference point in advancing AFCFTA implementation through the establishment of complete AFCFTA instruments, institutional support to exporting small and medium enterprises, and meaningful engagement with the private sector. 2, address urgently the inadequate infrastructure across the continent, which hampers the operationalization of the AFCFTA. 3, invest in standards, certification, accreditation, and mutual recognition systems. 4, establish or where applicable, strengthen one-stop border posts through digital systems, reliable utilities, data sharing, adequate staffing, and user-friendly services. 5, place women, youth, informal traders, and small and medium enterprises at the center of AFCFTA awareness and border reform. 6, utilize the Pan-African Parliament model law on labor migration in Africa as a legislative guide for safe and rights-based labor mobility and the ratification of domestication of the Protocol on Free Movement of Persons and other AFCFTA-related legal instruments by member states who have not yet done so. 7, allocate adequate financial resources for the effective functioning and operations of one-stop border posts, adopted in Midrand, Republic of South Africa, 30th July 2026. I submit.
شكرا سيد الأمين.
Thank you, Clerk. And now I'd like to submit these recommendations for approval by the members of the Parliament.
السيد الأمين العام.
Honorable Clerk, the report is about the next report.
Board President, recommendation number 2 is a recommendation on assuring sustainable water availability and safe sanitation systems to achieve the goals of Agenda 2063. The operative section reads as follows: now, therefore, hereby recommend to 1, member states to strengthen legislative and policy frameworks to promote sustainable water resource management and safe sanitation systems. 2, to increase and sustain budgetary allocations whilst mobilizing innovative financing mechanisms for water and sanitation infrastructure. 3, exchange best practices and innovative approaches to water and sanitation management. 4, reinforce cooperation and ensure the sustainable management of transboundary water resources. 5, prioritize the importance of inclusive, gender responsive, and youth-sensitive investments in water and sanitation infrastructure. 6, mainstream the AU theme of the year 2026 through effective legislative enactment and reforms, budget approval, parliamentary advocacy. 7, enhance oversight, accountability, and evidence-based policy making to ensure effective implementation of commitments on water and sanitation. 8, use reliable data and collaborate with civil society organizations and research institutions to strengthen planning, monitoring, and accountability. Recommendation to African Union institutions and other stakeholders. 1, engage the relevant permanent committee of the Pan-African Parliament to advance the implementation of the AU theme of the year 2026. 2, hold periodic engagements on the African Water Vision 2063 and relevant AU policies on sustainable water and sanitation, and to apply these frameworks consistently as guiding instruments for the institutional planning, coordination, and implementation. 3, foster partnerships amongst governments and regional institutions to advance the AU theme of the year 2026. And 4, encourage collaboration to strengthen evidence-based policy making and accountability. Adopted in Midrand, South Africa, 30th July 2026. I submit.
شكرا سيد الأمين العام.
Thank you, Clerk, for the presentation. Now it is open for adoption by the members of the Parliament. The next report, Clerk, you have the floor.
Honorable President, recommendation number 3 is the recommendation on ratification and state of reporting on the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance, ACDEC. Now, therefore, recommends first recommendation is addressed to African member states to 1, accelerate the signature, ratification, domestication of the African Charter on Democracy, Elections and Governance by those states that have not yet become parties to the Charter. 2, strengthen legislative policy institutional frameworks to support the effective implementation of the Charter and ensure that national legislation is aligned with its principles and obligations. 3, allocate adequate financial, human, and technical resources for the implementation of the Charter. 4, ensure the timely preparation and submission of state reports in accordance with Article 49 of the Charter, and participate actively in continental reporting and peer learning mechanisms. And 5, prevent unconstitutional changes of government, including through targeted measures aimed at strengthening democratic institutions, civic participation, and respect for the rule of law in accordance with the Charter. Recommendation number 2 is to the African Union Commission. 1, continue providing technical assistance and capacity building programs to member states and national parliaments on the implementation of the Charter. 2, to develop and disseminate practical guidance materials, advocacy tools, and technical tools to support parliamentarians in promoting the Charter. 3, facilitate regular peer review, peer learning, and experience sharing platforms amongst member states, regional economic communities, and national parliaments. 4, strengthen collaboration with the Pan-African Parliament in monitoring and implementation of the Charter, and regularly provide updated information on the status of ratification, domestication, and implementation, and state reporting by member states. And 5, advance the ongoing initiative to harmonize and streamline state reporting processes under the African governance architecture so as to reduce the administrative burden on member states, eliminate duplication, and improve compliance with monitoring obligations. Adopted in Midrand, South Africa, 30th July 2026. I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Clerk. The report is also for adoption by the honorable members of the Parliament. The next item, please, Honorable Clerk.
Honorable President, recommendation number 4 is a recommendation on strengthening continental momentum towards ending child marriage, eliminating gender-based violence, and advancing girls' education in Africa. The recommendation is addressed to member states, and it reads as follows. Now, therefore, hereby recommends to the member states to 1, strengthen and harmonize national legislation on protection of the child, to align them with African Union legal and policy frameworks protecting the rights of girls and women. 2, increase national budget allocations for girls' education, ensuring adequate provision for infrastructure, school safety, teacher training, and gender-responsive programs. 3, promote partnerships with the Organization of African First Ladies against HIV/AIDS, OAF-LAD, traditional leaders, religious authorities, civil society, and communities to address harmful social norms fueling child marriage. 4, enhance evidence-based policy making by strengthening data collection, monitoring systems, and the use of AU-CFA's continental dashboard. 5, deepen PAP involvement in the #Africa Educates Her campaign through legislative reforms, oversight activities, and coordinated parliamentary action across member states. 6, support reintegration programs for adolescent mothers and girls affected by conflict, displacement, or disability. And 7, expand advocacy and communication strategies to raise awareness on the importance of girls' education and to counteract gender-based discrimination. Adopted in Midrand, South Africa, 30th July 2026. I submit.
Thank you, Clerk. The report recommendations is open for adoption by members of the Parliament.
التقرير الموالي السيد الأمين.
The next item, please, Clerk.
Honorable President, recommendation number 5 is a recommendation on the AU operational guidance notes, OGNS, on oversight and accountability in the security sector reform. The Parliament now hereby resolves: 1, request all members of the Pan-African Parliament to disseminate AU policy framework on security sector reform and its operational guidance notes, OGNs, to all member states. 2, encourage all relevant organs of the AU to promote the values of the AU policy framework on security sector reform and its accompanying operational guidance notes, OGN, and to use them to promote all matters related to security sector reform in Africa. And 3, call upon the AU member states to review their security legislation against AU policy framework on security sector reform and its accompanying operational guidance notes, OGN, and to make all necessary amendments to their legislation to promote alignment, specifically, but not limited to, ensuring robust and credible oversight and accountability of the security sector. Adopted in Midrand, the 30th of July 2026. I submit.
شكرا السيد الأمين العام.
Thank you, Clerk. The report recommendations also for adoption by honorable members of the Parliament. The next item, please. Clerk, you have the floor.
Okay. Honorable President, I now present the last recommendation. It's a recommendation urging the Republic of South Africa to strengthen measures to prevent and eliminate xenophobic and Afrophobic violence against African nationals residing within its territory. After a preambular section, the Parliament now therefore hereby recommends recommendation 1 to the Republic of South Africa. 1, urges the government of the Republic of South Africa to intensify all necessary legislative, administrative, policing, and community-based measures to prevent and eliminate xenophobic and Afrophobic violence and discrimination against nationals of other African Union member states. 2, calls upon the government of South Africa to ensure that all perpetrators of xenophobic and Afrophobic violence, incitement, hate speech, looting, destruction of property, and related criminal acts are investigated, prosecuted, and punished in accordance with the law without fear or favor. 3, urges the Republic of South Africa to conduct public education and awareness campaigns on Pan-Africanism, social cohesion, peaceful coexistence, tolerance, and respect for the dignity of all African peoples residing within South Africa, while actively countering misinformation and migrant scapegoating narratives. 4, ensure the timely preparation and submission of state reports in accordance with Article 49 of the Charter and participate actively in continental reporting and peer learning mechanisms. 5, calls for strengthened early warning and rapid response mechanisms involving national, provincial, and local authorities to identify and de-escalate tensions before they result in violence. 6, encourages closer collaboration between the government of South Africa, African diplomatic missions, civil society organizations, religious institutions, traditional leaders, educational institutions, the media, youth organizations, and business associations to promote dialogue and peaceful coexistence and to reject inflammatory rhetoric capable of inciting hatred against foreign nationals. 7, requests improved protection and support services for victims of xenophobic and Afrophobic violence, including emergency assistance, legal aid, medical aid, psychosocial support, and access to justice. 7, calls upon the government of South Africa to strengthen implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area by ratifying the Protocol on Free Movement of Persons to ensure that traders, entrepreneurs, professionals, students, workers from across Africa are able to conduct their lawful activities in a safe and secure environment. The second recommendation is directed to member states, calls upon member states of the African Union to continue cooperating with South Africa in addressing migration challenges through lawful migration systems, labor cooperation, border management, intelligence sharing, and joint efforts against organized crime and human trafficking, while fully respecting the human rights and dignity of migrants. Adopted in Midrand, South Africa on the 30th July 2026. I submit.
شكرا
Thank you, Clerk. The recommendations are for adoption. Open for my colleagues, members of the Pan-African Parliament, for adoption. Thank you. If there is any other item for Clerk, do you have anything to add?
Honorable President, this brings to an end the list of resolutions and recommendations of the first ordinary session of the 7th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you. معالي زميلاتي زملائي، ها نحن نصل إلى البند الأخير وهو الحفل الختامي الرسمي.
Thank you. We have come to the end of the consideration of recommendations and resolutions, and we are now at the end of our session. We will proceed with the closing ceremony of the session. I would therefore like to invite the clerk of the Pan-African Parliament to read the recommendation on the Sudan. It seems this one has been forgotten. We have a recommendation on the Sudan.
Honorable President, I wish to apologize that two more recommendations that have just been handed to me. The first one is a recommendation, which will now be recommendation number 7. Recommendation on the outcomes of the high-level parliamentary dialogue on the ratification, domestication, and accountability of the African Union Convention on ending violence against women and girls. This resolution recommends as follows: to member states, it is recommended, 1, urgently sign and ratify the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls in accordance with the Continental Ratification Roadmap in order to facilitate its timely entry into force. 2, allocate adequate and sustainable financial, technical, human resources to implement the convention, strengthen prevention programs, and provide survivor-centered services, including access to justice, healthcare, psychosocial support, and economic empowerment. Recommendation number 2 is to national and regional parliaments. 1, review, enact, and harmonize national legislation, policies, and institutional frameworks to ensure full compliance with the convention. 2, use the Pan-African Parliament Model Law on Gender Equality and Equity as a practical legislative tool to support domestication efforts. 3, reaffirm the central role of parliamentarians in championing the convention through parliamentary diplomacy, legislative advocacy, constituency engagement, and sustained political leadership. 4, urge their parliamentary committees to strengthen oversight of the executive implementation through regular reporting, committee inquiries, gender-responsive budgeting, public hearings, and monitoring of national commitments under the convention. 5, support the establishment of a parliamentary community of practice under the auspices of the Pan-African Parliament Women's Caucus to facilitate peer learning, legislative exchange, technical cooperation, and dissemination of good practices amongst African parliaments. 6, endorse the establishment of a continental parliamentary and multi-stakeholder advocacy platform led by the Women's Caucus of the Pan-African Parliament in collaboration with the African Union Commission, United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, the regional economic communities, national human rights institutions, civil society, feminist movements, academia, development partners, and the private sector to accelerate the signature, ratification, domestication, and implementation and accountability of the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls. Recommendation 3 is directed to the African Union institutions. 1, establish a multi-stakeholder continental accountability platform, bringing together parliaments, African Union institutions, regional economic communities, national human rights institutions, civil society organizations, women's movements, academia, development partners, to strengthen monitoring, knowledge sharing, advocacy, and coordinated implementation of the convention. 2, strengthen collaboration between the Pan-African Parliament, the African Union Commission, AUDA NEPAD, regional economic communities, the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, African Women Leaders Network, UN agencies, national human rights institutions, civil society organizations, traditional and religious leaders, youth organizations, academia, and the private sector. Recommendation number 4 is addressed to other stakeholders, including civil society, national statistical institutions, academia, and research institutions. 1, strengthen the collection, analysis, utilization of sex, age, disability, disaggregated data to inform legislation, policy, and programming. 2, recognize that women's leadership and equal participation in political, economic, and public life are essential to preventing violence against women and girls and advancing inclusive governance and sustainable development. 3, encourage the meaningful participation of young women and men as champions for gender equality, positive social norms, and prevention of violence against women and girls. 4, urge the Women's Caucus, working with the Committee on Gender, Family, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities and relevant partners to promote the Pan-African Parliament Model Law on Gender Equality and Equity as a practical legislative framework to support member states in harmonizing national laws with the African Union Convention on Ending Violence Against Women and Girls and other continental gender equality instruments. And 5, call upon the African Union, member states, development partners, philanthropic organizations, international financial institutions, and the private sector to support implementation of the convention through sustainable funding, technical assistance, innovation, and strategic partnerships. Adopted in Midrand, South Africa, 30th July 2026. I submit.
شكرا. Thank you. شكرا.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, for presenting the last group of recommendations with regard to the conflict in the Sudan. I bring forward these recommendations to the House for adoption. So thank you very much. We have now come to the end of our proceedings. It's very late in the day. However, we will move to the official closing of the first ordinary session of the 7th Parliament. Madam Clerk, may I ask that you take your seat?
The last one that I have is a recommendation, recommendation number 8, which is a recommendation on the ongoing conflict in Sudan, the promotion of peace and stability in the region, and African parliamentary action on civilian protection and accountability. After a preambular section, the Parliament now, therefore, hereby, 1, calls on member states to support the African Union's peace and security architecture and reinforce coordinated African action towards ending the conflict in Sudan. 2, urges the African Union, in coordination with IGAD, United Nations and other relevant stakeholders to intensify diplomatic efforts towards an immediate, genuine, and verifiable ceasefire. 3, calls upon all parties to the conflict to cease attacks against civilians and civilian objects, respect international humanitarian law and international human rights law, and allow safe and unhindered humanitarian access. 4, implores the African Union and member states to strengthen measures for protection of civilians, with particular attention to women and children, older persons, persons with disability, internally displaced persons, refugees, detainees, missing persons, and communities at risk. 5, calls for urgent preventative measures. 5, calls for urgent preventative action by the African Union, IGAD, the United Nations, and relevant member states to address the escalating risks facing El Obeid and other at-risk areas in Sudan, including through intensified diplomatic pressure, early warning engagement, civilian protection, safe humanitarian access, and prevention of further atrocities. 6, calls upon all states, private entities, and arms manufacturers to immediately halt any direct or indirect transfer of weapons, ammunition, military equipment, or related support to any party to the conflict or affiliated armed actor in Sudan, where such transfers may fuel violations of international and humanitarian law, international human rights law, or further atrocities. 7, urges the African Union, its member states, and relevant international partners to support the expansion and effective enforcement of arms control measures, including efforts at the United Nations Security Council to extend the arms embargo beyond Darfur to Sudan as a whole, and to ensure accountability for states, individuals, and private entities that violate arms control obligations or facilitate illicit arms transfers. 8, welcomes the Banjul Joint Declaration on Sudan as an important African United Nations initiative to strengthen coordinated action on civilian protection, documentation, accountability, humanitarian access, and prevention of further atrocities. 9, affirms that the Banjul Joint Declaration should be translated into concrete African Union follow-up, parliamentary engagement, practical protection outcomes for civilians and affected communities. 10, welcomes the ongoing work of the joint fact-finding mission of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights on Sudan and the United Nations Independent International Fact-Finding Mission for the Sudan. 11, encourages continued practical complementarity between the African Commission on Human and People's Rights Joint Fact-Finding Mission and the United Nations Independent International Fact-Finding Mission without merging mandates or compromising the independence of either mechanism. 12, stresses that any cooperation or information sharing between the two fact-finding missions must be based on consent, necessity, confidentiality, survivor-centered principles, and strict do no harm safeguards. 13, call upon the African Union to provide political, technical, financial, and logistical support to the African Commission on Human and People's Rights Joint Fact-Finding Mission on Sudan, including support for field missions, documentation, victim and witness engagement, referrals, and follow-up to recommendations. 14, calls upon all parties to the conflict and relevant authorities to cooperate fully with the African and United Nations human rights mechanisms, including by granting safe, unhindered, and confidential access to victims, witnesses, affected areas, and relevant information. 15, urges all parties to refrain from intimidation, harassment, arbitrary detention, reprisals, or retaliation against victims, witnesses, human rights defenders, journalists, lawyers, humanitarian workers, medical personnel, and civil society actors. 16, requests the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament, in consultation with the relevant permanent committees and regional caucuses, to allocate a dedicated special sitting during the next session of the Pan-African Parliament to consider the situation in Sudan. 17, recommends that the dedicated special sitting focus on civilian protection, humanitarian access, accountability, the Banjul Joint Declaration, AU-UN complementarity, and the role of African parliamentary diplomacy. 18, recommends further that the dedicated special sitting include briefings from the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, relevant African Union organs, Sudanese civil society, victim groups, women human rights defenders, and where appropriate, relevant United Nations human rights mechanisms. 19, requests the relevant permanent committees of the Pan-African Parliament to prepare a parliamentary briefing note on Sudan with concrete recommendations to the African Union Peace and Security Council, the African Union Commission, and the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, IGAD, and AU member states. 20, recommends the establishment of a Sudan parliamentary follow-up track to monitor developments, engage Sudanese civil society, follow up on the Banjul Declaration, and report periodically to the plenary. And 21, decides to remain actively seized of the matter and to continue using parliamentary debate, committee hearings, national parliamentary outreach, and formal recommendations to support civilian protection, accountability, humanitarian access, AU-UN complementarity, and sustainable peace in Sudan, adopted in Midrand, South Africa, 30th July 2026. I submit.
شكرا السيدة الأمينة العامة المحترمة، وأعرض هذه التوصية على هيئة.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Clerk, and I propose this to the Pan-African Parliament for its adoption.
President, this brings to an end the resolutions and recommendations of this first ordinary session of the 7th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament. I submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Respectful Madam Clerk, we are at a late time and we are moving towards the closing ceremony of the first session of the seventh Parliament, and we will close by speech and address of the President of the Pan-African Parliament. I will address your honorable. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, Your Excellency, honorable members, my brothers and sisters, members of the Pan-African Parliament, my colleagues, honorable members of the Bureau of the Pan-African Parliament, honorable former President of the Pan-African Parliament, distinguished audience, with all the representatives of the African Union organs and the representatives of the diplomatic corps and the delegations who are assisting us, representatives of the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Today we gather at the closing of the first ordinary session of the 7th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament, following several days of intensive work, deliberations, and consultations that embodied our shared commitment to serving the people of our continent and defending their interests and aspirations in an atmosphere of clarity, honesty, and brotherhood, in order to defend the interests and the aspirations of the African people. This session has marked an important foundational milestone during our new parliamentary term, as it's significant because it was the first session that starts the roadmap for our commitment and programs during this session. Not because it's it's not significantly merely because it's the first or the session of this parliament, but also because it reflects the collective determination to build a Pan-African parliament that's more effective, closer to citizens, and better equipped to influence and more able to affect the course of the continental action. The session witnessed distinguished and intensive activity that we have followed since the beginning of the meetings of the permanent committees, when we have seen the responsible discussions and very brilliant presentations by our permanent committees. Therefore, I would like to thank highly the members of the parliament and the committees and the chairpersons of those committees, together with the caucus on youth and women. In addition to the interventions that were made by the honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, whereby we've seen that this reaffirmed that our institution is endowed with the expertise, experience, and determination necessary to make tangible contributions to address the challenges in Africa. The reports submitted by the permanent committees, together with their outcomes, they lived up to the aspirations of our people through the objective assessment of the challenges and the practical proposals and recommendations that they contained concerning the issues that affect both the present and the future of Africa. While I express my appreciation for the work accomplished by the committees, I wish to emphasize that the value of these reports lies not merely in their adoption, but in our collective ability to follow up on them and transform their recommendations into implementable initiatives, and in coordination with national parliaments and the organs of the African Union. Our success, as I said, will not be measured by the number of meetings we hold, nor by the volume of documents we adopt, but rather by the tangible impact we make on the lives of African citizens. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my colleagues, members of the Pan-African Parliament, this session was honored by the presence of His Excellency Mr. Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa, who addressed the members of the Pan-African Parliament from this very podium. His presence constituted a significant political and institutional event reflecting the Republic of South Africa's state, and it was discussed in the media and represented the steadfast position of South Africa for the Pan-African Parliament and its commitment to strengthen the Parliament position within the institutional architecture of the African Union. On this occasion, I wish to renew our sincere appreciation of His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, and as well as to the government of the people of the Republic of South Africa for their continued support for the Pan-African Parliament and for their warm hospitality and generous reception. I also extend our sincere gratitude to all distinguished personalities, representatives of the institutions, organizations, diplomatic missions, and all partners who participated in the work of this session and whose presence enriched our deliberations and reinforced the Pan-African Parliament engagement with its continental and international partners. My distinguished colleagues, our deliberations have demonstrated that differences of opinion should never become a cause of division. Rather, they should serve as a sort of enrichment. Responsible dialogue remains the most effective path towards building consensus and finding African solutions for all African challenges. As I always say, today Africa stands at the threshold of profound and rapidly evolving transformations. The world is reshaping the global balance of power. Competition over resources is intensifying, and technology is redefining the contours of economies and societies. Meanwhile, many of our peoples continue to grapple with armed conflicts, terrorism, poverty, unemployment, and the consequences of climate change, and the challenges of food, health, and water security, and the consequences related to the human rights issues. In the face of this transformation, Africa can no longer remain merely a recipient of decisions made elsewhere. Rather, Africa must become an active partner in shaping the future of the world, guided by its own interests and the priorities of its peoples. It's time. The time has come for our continent and for us to be united and have one voice to defend the interests of Africa through a common vision, and for our continent to harness its immense potential and abundant resources for the benefits of its people. The unity of Africa is not merely a political slogan. It's a foundation for our strength, the pathway of our prosperity, and the guarantee of our sovereignty, our independent decision-making, and our rightful place in the world. Therefore, we recall the member states to support the Pan-African Parliament and enable it to deliver its full message and to accelerate the fulfillment of the ratification of the protocol in order to enable the Pan-African Parliament and empower its role in the institutional building as building stone of the African Union. We also call upon all the organs and institutions of the African Union to deepen the coordination and integration and to work in the spirit of one institution, for the challenges confronting our continent are interconnected and cannot be addressed by any single institution acting in isolation. Distinguished my colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, our deliberations during this session have culminated in a set of principles and commitments that embody our shared vision for the future of the Africa and future of Pan-African Parliament and our continent. Accordingly, from the seat of the Pan-African Parliament in Midrand, we proclaim under the Midrand Declaration 2026 the following. First, we reaffirm our unwavering commitment to the unity of Africa and to placing the interests of the continent and its people over all considerations. Second, we affirm that peace and security constitute indispensable prerequisites for development, and we call for the silencing of the guns, the prevention of conflicts, and the promotion of dialogue and reconciliation. Third, we commit ourselves to build a stronger, more effective, and more citizen-centered Pan-African Parliament, and we call for the completion of the ratification of the Malabo Protocol. Fourth, we support the accelerated implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area and the strengthening of economic integration and cross-border infrastructure. Fifth, we call for the attainment of food security and food sovereignty while promoting agriculture, industrialization, and the green and blue economies. Sixth, we affirm that young people and women are indispensable partners in Africa's renaissance, decision-making processes, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Seventh, we commit ourselves to support education, scientific research, digital transformation, and artificial intelligence while strengthening the continent's digital sovereignty. Eighth, we reject terrorism, extremism, organized crime, corruption, trafficking in person, and the illicit exploitation of Africa's natural resources. Ninth, we affirm that Africa's international partnerships must be founded upon mutual respect. We want to confirm that all African international partnerships must be founded upon mutual respect, equality, non-interference, and the pursuit of shared interests. 10th, we pledge that the 7th Parliament, this mandate will be a mandate of delivery, follow-up, and accountability, and that the Pan-African Parliament shall evolve from merely issuing recommendations to making a tangible contribution towards their implementation. These are the principles to which we commit ourselves before the people of Africa, and that shall serve the roadmap guiding our work throughout the coming period. Brothers and sisters, we bear a great responsibility to translate these commitments into structured institutional action founded upon the effective follow-up and evaluation and upon close cooperation with national parliaments and the African Union Commission and the various organs and institutions of the African Union. And it's opening to all the national parliaments and the rest of the AU organs. We shall continue working to promote peace and security, support mediation and conflict prevention, accompanying electoral processes, and consolidate the values of democracy, good governance, respect for human rights, and the rule of law. We shall also strive to accelerate African economic integration, support the African Continental Free Trade Area, and promote industrialization, develop infrastructure, achieve food security, as I said, protect the environment, and invest in education, science, research, and technology. The empowerment of youth and women remain the heart of our priorities, not merely as beneficiaries of public policies, but as full partners in decision-making and in leading the transformation that our continent requires. Africa does not lack ambition or resources or talents. What it needs are strong institutions, sound governance, shared political will, and collective action capable of transforming potential into achievements and wealth into prosperity and aspirations into tangible realities. Ladies and gentlemen, at the conclusion of this session, this session doesn't signify the end of the momentum we have initiated. On 31st July and 1st of August 2026, the Pan-African Parliament will host the annual Conference of Speakers of the African Parliaments. This conference will constitute an important milestone in strengthening cooperation between the Pan-African Parliament and the national parliaments, coordinating positions on continental issues, advancing parliamentary diplomacy, and supporting the processes of peace, development, democracy, and integration. We look forward to its deliberations, producing more effective mechanisms for coordination and consultation, as well as forging an African parliamentary partnership that will enable our legislative institutions to become driving force for the implementation of Agenda 63 and the realization of aspiration of our people. Distinguished colleagues, I extend my sincere appreciation and gratitude to the members of the Bureau of the Parliament, to the chairpersons and members of the permanent committees, to the leadership of regional and thematic caucuses, and all members of the Pan-African Parliament for their commitment, sense of responsibility, and individual contribution and their contribution to the success of this session. I also wish to thank the Secretariat, all staff members, experts, interpreters, and the administrative, technical, security, and media teams for their dedication and tireless efforts throughout the session. I would like to express our appreciation to the media for accompanying our work and for conveying the voice of the message of the Pan-African Parliament to the peoples of Africa and the wider world. As we prepare to leave this chamber, I call upon you to return to your national parliaments and countries, carrying with you the spirit of this session while remaining committed defending its outcome and following up on their implementation, so that the bond between the Pan-African Parliament and national parliaments and between our decisions and the aspirations of our citizens remain strong and enduring. I wish you all a safe journey back to your respective countries, and I will look forward to meet you again at our next session, having made further progress in implementing our commitments and achieved results worthy of the trust and that of the people of Africa have placed in us. Ladies and gentlemen, the people of Africa expect from us deeds rather than words, unity rather than division, and hope rather than despair. Let us rise to the historic responsibility. Let us transform the wealth of our continent into prosperity of its people, its diversity into a source of strength, its youth into driving force for innovation, and institutions into effective instruments for development and integration. For this Parliament and from Midrand, we declare that the 7th Parliament shall not be merely a continuation of the past, but a beginning of a new era, one in which the Pan-African Parliament evolves from a forum of debate into an effective force for influence, and from an institution that articulates the aspiration of the people into one that contributes to the realization. One enduring motto shall remain: Africa first, African unity always, the African citizens above everything else. On this note, I hereby declare the first ordinary session of the 7th Parliament of the Pan-African Parliament officially closed. Long live a united, strong, and prosperous Africa. May the peace, mercy, and blessings of Allah be upon you. And I would like to call once again the respectful clerk to read any announcements. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Il y a une seule annonce.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's just one announcement. It's a conference of presidents of national and regional parliaments, which begins tomorrow. For the MPs who will be here tomorrow, we call upon them to attend this conference tomorrow. It starts tomorrow from 9 o'clock with registration. So all MPs who will still be here tomorrow are hereby called upon to participate this meeting for regional and national parliament presidents and speakers.
شكرا سيد الأمين العام المساعد. وقبل رفع الجلسة نقف احتراما للنشيد الإفريقي لمن أفريكا أيو إنثم. شكرا.
Thank you, and the session stands adjourned until the next session. I wish you safe travel.